Okay, we're back. I don't know what the fuck happened. It was really weird. Ooh, Crimson Amber +2. Okay, sweet. I was wondering when I would get that. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Shit. Actually, thinking about it, let me... Hold on, let me open Twitch real quick and delete that stream real quick. Delete. Yes. Okay, there we go. That should be better. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened there. That was really weird. I don't get it. uh Sent you. Oh. Hi there.
Okay.
What's up?
We're gonna watch a bitch ass motherfucker get this shit rocked.
Hey man. Hey. First of all, I killed the guy with what's its fuck first try. Okay. All right.
I don't give a shit.
Okay. It took me 2 tries to kill Placiduous Axe, but only because I was being stupid and I kept healing when I knew he was about to attack like a fucking dumbass. This is the only reason. If I hadn't done that, that would have been fine. Also, I was stubbornly not using a bow. And the second I whipped it out, I was fine. I still had like 3 Estus left after that fight. Or flask, whatever. Oh, ooh, ooh. Behold, the Erd tree yet stands. Tall and unwavering, mindless of the scorch of the flame of ruin. Ha ha. Then we are yet golden ones. Interesting. Interesting. Oh yeah, by the way, did you hear what I said? I can literally wield Melania's blade without a rune.
Yeah, you told me.
I didn't think I would actually break down and do it before I started the stream, but I did. Surprisingly, last night I finished it finally. It was like 12 levels I had to put in. Ooh, what do we got going on here? Golden sunflower, okay.
My question is, why don't you take it off and put on a weapon that matters?
What do you mean? This is a weapon that matters.
No, the ability matters. Take the ability off and put it on a different weapon that matters.
The weapon's actually not bad at all. You know that, right? Like, it's not even +10 and it has matching stats for most of my other katanas. Even ones with elements on them.
Yes, you're level 1 bitch by the time.
No, my +25 ones.
The ones you started the game with.
Yeah, that are
Those
still
tons
the...
are broken does not mean we started.
Okay, you do realize that the Uji Katana has the best scaling out of all of them, right? It just straight up does. Like, there's no two ways about it. I've literally side to side compared it to the only other base katana that you can actually put a stance on. It has better scaling in every field. It just does. Like, no matter what, it'll be dealing more damage at the same upgrade level. The Uji Katana is just better than the Nagakiba. The only difference is a slight increase in range, and you don't even notice it 90% of the time.
I don't know the Naga. I understand that's better than that one. There are two others that I know for that are better, just not with your build.
And
Like,
what,
they're stat-wise, they're better weapons.
if you're talking about Rivers of Blood, okay, I'm literally looking at Rivers of Blood right now. Uji Katana still has better stats than it. Or there's a bare difference. It has 3 more damage. 3.
And Rivers of Blood also really did slow the fuck down. Seriously.
You're also very, like, muffled, just so you know.
Any better at all?
A little bit. You don't sound like you're gargling the mic as much.
Yeah, so I only had a 3-point base stat difference, and you can build the regular to scale with other elements better, or multiple stats better. However, both Moonveil and River both do scale off of Arcane.
Moonveil does not scale off Arcane at all. I'm looking at it right now. It scales off of Intelligence, not Arcane.
I believe they might change that then.
No, it's been that way the entire time because it's the magic katana.
I know for a fact it did stuff Arcane at one point because Kaiser was moving by it. He showed me. That was also before the fucking the major 1 point whatever patch. When they changed all the fucking NPCs and weapons.
All I'm saying is, man, like, comparatively, Uji Katana is just better than all of them. Plus, it's not set to a specific weapon art. I can put whatever I want on it. And it'll still have basically the same or better scaling than any of the other ones. And Melania's...
You can change River Blood weapon art.
Huh?
I could have swore you could change the River Blood.
No, you can't change any of the other... The only 2 katanas that you can change the stance on are Nagakiba and Uji Katana. All the other ones are special ones that are somber smithing stones, and you can't change their stance at all. They're all set. And I literally have not even used River of Blood's weapon art even one time, by the by. Hoarfrost Step is literally the most broken shit ever.
I swore up and down you could have changed the weapon art to River Blood.
Nope.
That was what people were doing. Yeah, that's what I was telling everyone was doing. Everyone was putting Melania's weapon art on River of Blood.
No, that's never been a thing. It's always only been Melania's weapon art. You've never been able to put it on anything else because it's set to her specific weapon.
So sorry, I'm not a filthy goddamn dead skill that lives off of cheap ass bleed damage.
It's not even bleed damage. It's like a 40-hit combo. It doesn't matter if it procs bleed or not. The damage alone will kill whatever it is.
I mean before your bullshit weapon art. I wasn't a goddamn filthy death skill that lived off of slashing bleed damage the entire game. I'm a filthy ass multi-class magic build that lives off of bleed damage, thank you.
Okay, first of all, I've been basing everything off of Frost more than anything. Frost and Poison. And I didn't need a dex build to do that. I could have put it on literally any 2 weapons. And I would have done the exact same thing. I just chose bleed because that gave me an extra proc of damage when I actually wanted it. Like literally, I could have gone full straight. I have the weapons to have a straight up strength build that doesn't use any bleed whatsoever. I have 2 +10 great swords, which I use regularly when I'm grinding. They're just not as fast for actual gameplay, so I don't use them 90% of the time unless whatever it is has 0 poise, and I can just bully the shit out of it. Or if I'm going magic, I'll use a greatsword as my side usually, if I'm not abusing Horrorfrost steps, because that way I can stagger whatever it is long enough to cast. Or I can use the weapon art on the Dark Moon Greatsword to get a ranged attack that's not FP using.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm really not using, like, until Millennia, I literally basically didn't use weapon arts at all, just so you know. That's a brand new thing I started doing at that fight. Like, I kind of gimmicky was using Dark Moon Greatswords, but other than that, that was just mainly because I wanted the weapon to look cool, and that weapon art is like the coolest shit ever. Besides Millennia's.
Okay. Alright, dude. You gonna do your thing for a little bit. I need to pop off for a little while. I'm gonna do a few small things. I'll hop back on Sim.
Okie dokie, I think I'm about to start a boss fight, so we'll see how this goes.
Alright. Don't die a few times for me, okay?
Huh?
Die a few times for me, alright?
Yeah, no. Oh, thanks for reminding me. I needed to change my my shit around back to what it was supposed to be. Almost forgot about
Alright,
that.
man. I'll talk to you later.
Alright, bye. We're gonna put River Blood here, and then this right here.
I knew you'd come to stand before the Elden Ring. To
Oh.
become Elden Lord. What a sad state of affairs. I commend your spirit, but alas, none shall take the throne. Queen Marika has high hopes for us, that we continue to struggle unto eternity.
Yeah, no, you're dead, bud.
Bones, a tarnished, cannot become a lord. Not even you
It doesn't matter.
cannot kill a god.
I've done it before and I'll do it again, bitch. I'm sorry, that man had 0 hope of winning that fight. I totally forgot that my my Spectre will abuse Waterfowl Dance too. Oh, oh, that's the shit right there. Just seeing 2 of that just run up on some poor fool. That right there. Fucking beautiful. Ooh, here we go. You know, actually, okay, we're gonna do that. I'm gonna get this to 50 if I can before the end of this run. Obviously, I'm not gonna, like, grind it out, because this is... This is the last stream. I might do a new game plus run, just for the fucks of it. Oh, I'm so gassy. Bro, look at that fucker burn. Damn, son. Shit. Yeah, I'm curious what his armor is. Beast champion. Shit. All knowing. It's Shisa. Again, so it's a recognition of one's ignorance or realization. Oh, I never even noticed that. It's a bunch of ears on him. I thought it was like frills. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. It's interesting, at least, you know? Again, a bunch of ears and eyes. That's actually kind of like an interesting like character detail. Like it gives you a bit of a glimpse into his personality and all that. It's interesting. Oh, you can hear it burning. Oh, that's fascinating. I didn't have my headphones all the way up at first, so I couldn't really hear the burning sound, but now I can, and it's like, damn. I actually burned the shit out of the giant magic tree. Fuck do I get back up again? Is it over here? I think, right? There's a ladder. Come on, man. Shit. Bullshit, motherfucker. Lying asshole you is. Oh, that was almost to death. Imagine if I beat the last couple of bosses without dying. That'd be fucking hilarious. It's 527 deaths in, and I finally learned to not die now that I have the most busted weapons possible, of course. It's so easy when two characters are spamming fucking waterfowl dance. A bunch of dickheads. I'm sorry, I'm swearing a lot. I'm just so excited, and I just devolve when I get excited. I've been cussing for a long time, I'll be quite honest, you know. And just after a while, when you get super excited, it just flows like a river. Oh, what do we got going on here? Erd Tree Heal? Oh shit, okay. What's that take? Memorize spell. Oh, I can use Lord's Heal? Huh. Hot damn that FP cost though. Holy shitty baroos. Blessing of Erd Tree Heal. 42, hot damn. That's that good. Shit. Oh, that actually might have been a useful spell to realize I had. Oh well. Alright. It is time to become Elden Lord. Let us begin. Oh shit, okay.
It's been a long while, Morgoth.
Oh shit, son. It's about to get real.
Long and hard didst thou fight, tarnished warrior, spurned by the grace of gold. Be assured the Elden Ring resteth close at hand. Alas, I am returned.
Oh, he's a big
To
boy.
be granted audience once more. Upon my name as Godfrey, the first Elden Lord.
Okay, no, that's not gonna work. Oh shit. Oh fuck, okay. Oh, okay, that's a big boy attack. Okay, okay, can you... I don't know if that heal counted. Oh, I don't like that.
Will be whole. Thou didst me good service, Sirosh.
Oh. Oh, I'm fucking dead. Oh no.
I've given thee courtesy enough.
Oh, he's big pissed. Look at them fucking pecs, bro. Look at them arms. Size of my fucking head.
Now I fight as Horaloo. Warrior!
Wait, that's like the ancestor of Nefeli Lu? Oh shit, the heal does not count! Ah! Bro, pull aggro! Homie, pull aggro! Fuck. Okay. I gotta quickly. He's dead. Yes, first try.
Thy strength befits a crown.
You're damn right it does, pussy lips. Boy. Get you some. Fuck. Alright, hold on. Let's see. Hurrah, Luke's Earthshaker. On all melee armaments, on the ground to violently shake the earth, unleash a shockwave, follow up, additional input, send again. Raising attack power while sending out a shockwave that cannot be guarded against by stomping the ground. While active, strong attacks become a lunging slash. Fuck, dude. We're gonna go with that. Just gonna chug a lug some of that for the fuck of it. Elden Lord Crown. Alright, I guess that, where's his armor? Well, it's not even in the heavy category? Oh, this armor is shit, bro! What the fuck? Excuse me. Hold on, let me get some shit out of my inventory real quick. Sell. Sword. Okay. Sorry, this is gonna be a bit of a process. I totally forgot to like actually do this on my own. I just don't want my inventory super cluttered when I actually do the final area and all that. I actually earned way more money than I thought I would doing this. I'm genuinely shocked right now. Only 2 of those. Huh. Interesting. Like tree. Oh my god, so many of these. What the fuck, dude? You can tell how much I was grinding out Melania's area. There's a run where you can get like 300,000 easy in like 5-10 minutes. Excuse me, 10-15 minutes. If you do it right. So it's not... No, it's probably 15 to 20, honestly. Because you kind of have to take it slow at some parts, so it can get a little lengthy, you know. Oh, so many of these. Wait, I don't need a bunch of that. Don't need a bunch of those. Slight madness build up, really? Shit, that's cool. Interesting. Swords, don't need 90 of these. Not even good. Excuse me. Oh, I actually have 2 of those? Oh, that's awesome, actually. Good, that means I can... Honestly, I should upgrade the shit out of those and use that. If I'm gonna be honest. Okay. Yeah, alright. What do I get to? Wow. It got me almost like 20,000. That's actually terrifying how much I got from that. Elden Throne. Right, this is it. This is gonna be a short stream. Shit. Shit, flashbang. Get down, get down. Oh, what the fuck? Is that her? Wait, why is there a sword on a tip? Oh, that's through it. Her. That's America. Okay. A rune arc was holding her up. Yeah, not comfortable with that. Where did your tits go? Wait, hold on. Hold up. Something ain't right. Is that red again? Oh, that's the Elden... The Elden Ring is inside of him. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay. And dodge. No, wasn't good enough. Okay, if you could pull aggro. I'm dead. Double heal. Fuck. No, I'm dead, bro. I'm dead. There was nothing I could do. Bro, I don't understand what I'm supposed to do. He has so many AoE attacks. Like, every fucking one of them was hitting me, no matter how I dodged. Alright, first death of the stream. Ugh. That was more of just... Okay, so the one thing I have a problem with is the first cutscene makes it impossible for you to get a summon. It's really stupid. The first time you watch the cutscene or whatever, it does not... It puts you too close to the enemy, and you cannot summon right away. And then they have full aggro. They do not give you any time to summon. So you go in there thinking you have enough time, but you really fucking don't. You know? Alright, you piece of shit. Bro, like this right here, no fucking chill! I literally couldn't do anything. He was just spam attacking. Oh, so I can't hit him while he's doing that? That's fucking stupid. Fuck. That's first phase. That was first phase. I know it's first phase. Come on, there's no fucking way. Oh no, it's just straight into Elden Beast? Okay. Oh. Wait, I'm not okay with that. Wait, hold on. Dad, that's a big sword. Dad, I don't like that. Okay, I'm gonna say it right now. the celestial being enemies, like the Nastel, the astral scorpion thing, and the Elden beast, look fucking amazing. They are so well designed. Alright, how's that gonna... Oh, so you're just like the worms. Okay. Oh, you're just gonna be a giant pain in my ass, aren't you? What is that? Oh, my everything. Ah, fuck. Mistimed. 7:15. That's not bad. Okay, okay, okay. Come on. Come on. We got this. Fuck. That was so horribly timed. Oh, fuck. Misread! No, I don't like that. Oh, I don't like that! By the barest minimum, I did not die on that. Okay, what are you doing? I don't like that. I don't like you. You just slither through the fucking ground like that, you dirty hoe. No! No! Don't like that! I fucking hate that attack. Didn't even fucking touch me, you filthy bastard. Oh shit! Fuck me! Ow, what the fuck? What the fuck? Why did that hit me? And dodge. Ow, okay, that was entirely my own fault. Chug-a-lug. I'm gonna need it for this. No, 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 no. No, please not that.
Hey, buddy, don't fuck up!
Oh, yeah, yeah, okay, thanks, guy. Thank you for your brilliant fucking deduction to not fuck it up. Ah, wrong attack, misread the shit out of that. No.
Stop, stop, stop.
Fuck.
Did you already fuck up Radigan?
Yep, and it's dead. First try. Second try for Radigan. Elden Embrace. It's dead. I win. Alright.
God flame.
Alright. What the fuck?
This is only the first form.
I'm sure it fucking is, bro. 50,000? Hot damn! Shit.
Wait, stop for a second, stop. I want you to kneel for a second.
Hold on.
No, not the bonfire.
No,
Oh,
I'm using this before I fuck something up, bro. Okay, can I? Yes, okay. Hold on. I gotta... Give me a sec. Hold on. I want to know what I get from this before I finish out. Okay, America's Hammer. Stone hammer made in the lands of Newman. Outside the lands of Between. The tool with which America shattered the Elden Ring and Radigan attempted to repair it. The hammer partially broke upon shattering the ring, becoming splintered with rune fragments. Gold breaker. Leap up high and, while suspended in midair, imbue the rune shard with light before smashing it down onto the ground. The heroic Radigan's signature attack. And then the sacred sword.
The sword is kind of fucking broke.
I don't doubt that at all.
That sounds that good. The scaling goes up a few levels up and down. But the weapon on that one is fucking broke as shit.
Sweeping through all enemies caught in its path. I just found the accomplice to my other greatsword. All right. See, I was using the Crucible Knight one, but now that I have this bitch, oh yeah, bud. Oh, I can't use it though, can I? Right. Ooh, it looks like it's a match too.
Mine's a coiled sword from Dark Souls.
No, actually this one looks more like it. Wait, no.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, wait. Oh.
Wait, hold on. There's... One of them looks more like the coiled sword. This one. The Godslayers. It also can be imbued with fire, so...
Yeah. Okay, now I need you to stop for a moment. I need you to take a knee.
Hold on. I only have the prayer one, so...
Prayer work. Moment of silence for a soul glitch hack.
Wait, what?
A moment of silence for the soul glitch hack.
In this game, or in general?
In general.
Oh, okay. I was about to say. I mean,
That's all that 50 grand for coming from that fucking boss in like a moment of silence. Imagine all this god grind you could have done with that.
oh my god, bro.
The place appears to be on fucking fire.
Oh, yeah, that happens once you beat, Mariketh. Oh, that bitch got some scaling, bruh. Hot damn. Bro, I can't even wield it. It's already at 600.
Oh, you just need a face for it? Holy shit, dude. That's going to be perfect for my build.
I mean, you won't get it till the end of the fucking game. Hold on.
I know. New Game Plus, right?
Hot damn! It shot up to 700. God damn. So shit. Oh, she gets some nice stats at the end. It's odd though. Its guard boost actually goes down the more you upgrade it. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Hey, this is Elden Ring. You think you're supposed to be blocking?
I literally haven't done it once since like a quarter of the way through the game. Wait,
I
hold
wonder
on.
your death count is so high.
Hold on, let me...
Someone's new boss right here.
Okay! Yo, that thing goes for days! What the fuck?
Yeah.
Dude, that's so busted!
The damage does diminish the farther out it goes.
But it doesn't matter, because all I needed to do is stun. That's like Hoarfrost Step 2.0, but holy.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
That's like a meteor Hoarfrost... Wait, hold on. Let's see how far it actually goes from here. I'm sure there's a cutoff.
Oh yeah, there is.
Holy... That's like a whole fucking boss arena right there. What the fuck?
Yeah. That's why it's the last weapon you get in the game.
Yo, homie
Because
G.
the damage that thing drops in New Game Plus falls off so hard. They literally put that in the game for you to get at the end of the game, so that anyone who didn't get all the extra content could go back with that sword and wipe everything.
I do not doubt that in the slightest.
Imagine how many bosses, especially Dark Affinity ones, you would one-shot with that thing. Every bullshit Crucible Knight fight would one-shot them, but it would still fucking hurt.
Alright, are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Okay. Silence.
Come on, Ronnie. You boy can stand up for this.
The battle is over, I see.
Yes, my queen.
There's not a bad day.
I do solemnly swear to every living being and every living soul. Now cometh the age of the stars. 1,000-year voyage under the wisdom of the moon. Here beginneth the chill night that encompasses all, reaching the great beyond.
Oh my god, that's so fucking good looking.
Into fear, doubt, and loneliness. As the path stretcheth into darkness.
Open it!
Well then, shall
Ronnie.
we?
Yes, please. I want all four hands,
My
thank
fair
you.
consort eternal.
Yes, queen!
It was very uneventful.
What are you talking about? Big Cat Mommy got to rule over all.
I mean, yeah, but like, I don't know. Just the way that ended, it seemed very uneventful.
Okay, to be fair, literally all of the Souls endings in every single one of the games has seemed very uneventful. Let's be honest here.
Okay, no. The good ending for 1 and both endings for 3 are not. And the final ending for 2 is not. The
What are you
good ending for
talking
1,
about?
you explode in a ball of fire.
Okay, which ending are you talking about for one?
Sorry, the actual the uh the 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 good ending, the actual one that they want you to do, the Kindle ending, where you link the fire. You explode in a ball of fire that grows so large it resets the world. That's very explosive, eventful, dramatic.
The bitch summoned the moon out of thin fucking air. What do you mean uneventful? Sorry the world didn't explode.
Okay, the hollow ending for 3. You snuff out the flame and stand into a world of darkness with a bloody red aura around the world as all of your servants kneel before you.
Okay, that one is pretty dope.
And the actual official ending for 2, which is supposed to be the canonical Souls ending, is after you defeat the final boss, and you have the option to kindle a flame or let it burn out. You don't do either. You sit on a throne and watch it, and your character stands there and watches himself as the dark sign burns off of their body and they become human, and they die from age. Literally ending the curse of the undead.
Wow.
But you have to do all the DLCs, get all the crowns, and do all the special events of the game to unlock the secret boss again.
Huh.
So like what it does is you beat the final boss. It's like an orange green smell fight, followed by the actual final boss, and then afterwards you have the option to kindle a flame. You walk over to it, and if you've done everything, the bonfire explodes, you take half your health bar worth of damage, and the final boss just stands up and goes, "No, I will not allow you to succeed my brother's reign." And he tries to kill you.
Okay, let's talk about my thoughts. First of all, I want to bring something up. Nepheli Lu is the first NPC you really interact with in any of your playthroughs. Or like the first like companion that helps you. The one that helps you against Morgoth. The one that helps you against Morgoth on the bridge.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
Her last name is the same as the name that Godfrey called himself when he went into Phase 2. She shares his last name.
Okay.
Now, I think maybe she's the secret daughter of Godfrey. Because if you do her quest, which I did, she takes over Stormvale Castle, which is technically Godfrey's castle before he left and vanished.
What's her name again?
Nepheli Lu. And he called himself, "Now I fight as Horax Lu."
Nepheli Lu.
There's an X at his
Oh,
end.
Axis. Warrior. But she's the daughter of the dude inside the fucking...
No, she's not. He adopted her because he found her abandoned. She is not his daughter. He just took her in because he thought she would be of use. And then he abandoned her the first step of trouble she gave him. or dissatisfaction. She is not actually his daughter. He just took her in when he found her abandoned and alone. Basically, he pulled an anime. I found some shitty child on the side of the road, so I'm going to turn them into a living weapon. That's literally what happened. Then he threw her away the second she wasn't useful.
Oh.
Oh wait, I can just go back in. So I've heard rumors that there's more to do after you finish the game.
What do you mean?
Like apparently there's more content because I've seen stuff that said I did a little research on shit that I already finished, and certain dialogues and stuff or certain characters or whatever, you can't do certain parts of their quests after finishing the Elden Ring. So I think there might be more going on in the game after you beat it. There may in fact be a hint to the last ending that everyone thinks is still here after you stay.
Alright. 8 things to do after you beat the game. Number 9, complete dungeons. Number 8, kill optional bosses. Play some co-op. Do some invasions. Start the second playthrough. Start a new playthrough altogether. Finish NPC quest line.
You're like peeking super hard, by the way. I don't know if it's just you're super close or what. Like every time you finish a sentence, it just like randomly peaks. I'm not trying to be a dick or anything. I'm just trying to let you know, you know?
Well, now, thank you, phone, you piece of shit. Anyway. So it does say that there's nothing inherently unlocked after the end of the game, but you have the option to go back and finish stuff.
Which I think is a hint that they're actually letting you stay in that playthrough. Like, there's no way that's not a hint that there's more to do.
Probably, yeah.
Because, like, I mean, in none of the other games was that an option to just stay after you actually, like, did the ending.
You get into.
Really? After you actually got the cutscene and everything after you finished the game?
Yes, after you finish the game, you have the option. Like, I get the cutscene, everything, get the achievement. You have the option to go back to the exact point before you lit the flame. It still can't. Okay, the game's story puts you back right before the cutscene.
See,
But
that...
you have the option. It still gives you all the equipment from it. You still have the items and everything, and it does unlock the DLC. That's how you have to do to unlock most of the DLCs in 2. Like, you can go through half of them, but in order to finish them, you have to finish Sandra first.
Huh.
In order to finish them. Because if you activate the cutscene with all the crowns, that's how you get the special ending.
Okay, so our official death counter was at 528, by the way.
Yeah, I know. You died a lot, dude.
Well, I also was learning what... okay, no. I cannot go to America's area anymore. But...
Oh, yeah?
But, like, the bonfire and all that isn't there. But
I'm not surprised.
I there has to be more going on. Like, I don't doubt that we fought... Because, okay, there's... just my thought process on what I'm looking at when I look at the grand scale of the map and everything. There's just one random cloud in the middle of that ocean that's in between.
I think that's going to be the DLC area. I've been looking at that too. I legit think that's the DLC area.
It might be.
It looks like it.
Yeah, like there's no way that's not intentional.
Something. I think they literally put that there just in case they wanted to for a DLC 2 or 3. So I'm pretty sure they already had started working on the DLC when the game came out. Like, that's almost expected.
Yeah. I also kind of wish that you could go to all these like these pirate ships or these ships or whatever that are like just off of the map. I wish you could like actually see and explore them. I think that'd be super cool.
I think that's gonna be the same thing. I thought about that too. Honestly, what I actually think is that we're gonna have a two-part for the DLC, like they
I
did in 3 and 2 both.
I
And
feel
that
like there's
one
going to
of
be
them-
more than that. I think there's going to be single player DLCs and then multiplayer DLCs. Because you know how excuse me, you know how in 1 and 3, I don't know about 2, but there was an actual like arena mode that you could do for the PC versions.
Yeah, in that fucking one area with the adjudicators and all that.
Yeah. Like well like you could actually go and it would spawn you into an instanced melee or like a PvP area.
Yeah.
I
Okay. Well, I think that's part of what the boats are gonna be, or that little blast off area. Well, I'm actually thinking that there's gonna be 2 DLCs. One for an arena or like a PvP essential area, and that's going to be the place under the cloud, and that's also going to be the final ending. The final ending is going to be you facing off against other Elden Lords to see who holds the actual title.
No,
it'll be-
okay. There's one that everyone already has basically confirmed of what's going to be a DLC. The Colosseums that we can't enter right now. All of them are closed out.
You never got into those either.
No, you can't. There's okay. So somebody has no clipped into them, and there are bonfires in them,
They just weren't used.
which means that they're 100% going to be a part of one of the DLCs, because
Unless they mark it off as cut content. Like that might have been the I know that they did put a big announcement that they wanted to do more with PvP, but they never had time for the restrictions. That might have been it.
Yes, but that means that they're just going to add it later.
Hopefully.
No, they're. I
Hopefully.
doubt that they're gonna leave a whole things that they already have part of the coding done for. That already have bonfires that you or grace points that you just can't activate currently.
They did it in fucking Bloodborne.
Yeah, but Bloodborne was also a console exclusive and ran at 30 frames capped. So
Regardless, they still did it for Bloodborne.
also, a side note, just because I haven't talked to you in a while. We have confirmation of 2 games that are coming out, by the way, that I'm super looking forward to. Callisto Protocol, which is that one from those people who are making a Dead Space-like game that wasn't from the actual Dead Space team, but was inspired by them. That one that I talked to you about that was basically like Dead Space 4, the game that never was.
Yeah.
So that's coming out apparently at the end of this year. I don't know. I think it's a PS5 only game. It might be, or it might release on PS5 first and then get a port to PC. I really hope that's the case, like what they did with Dead Space 3, where it was console first and then they ported it. And then we have the remake of Dead Space coming out January of next year.
Fair enough.
I am so looking forward to that. I played the shit out of Dead Space. 1 and 2, I absolutely love. Or 1 and 3, sorry, 1 and 3. Most people hate number 3, but I don't. I love Dead Space 3. I liked the customization of the weapons because it made me feel more like an engineer. That I was building stuff to use.
Like you were supposed.
Because that's always been Isaac Clarke's thing. He is an engineer. A space engineer. He literally repairs spaceships. I'm pretty sure he can slap together a few weapons that are already existing, or some parts to them, and craft a firearm. Or modify a already existing tool to be a deadly weapon like what some of them are. Because if you look in 3, or not 3, but in 2, in the beginning of the game, he literally takes a laser surgery tool, rips the piece off, modifies it with a flashlight, like a handled flashlight with like a trigger, literally rewires and modifies it into a mounted flashlight laser cutter into an actual weapon, which I thought was the coolest, most unique thing any like main character has ever done in a game. You know, I mean, he literally showed he's a space-worthy engineer that can repair an entire spacecraft. He took a fucking surgery tool and turned it into a fucking gun. I mean, like, who the fuck does that?
Doctor.
Huh? What was that?
Hold on. Give me a second. I'm dealing with tech problems.
Oh, okay. Actually, you sound like way better, by the way.
Okay.
It says deep reconstructor. What am I reading?
Anyway.
All right, so final thoughts, right? I guess this is time for final thoughts, as I'm just running around killing in my grind area.
Oh yeah, try that new sword out. See how like the ability.
Oh yeah. I haven't actually used that yet. Hold on, let's test it on these schmoes.
I will say don't expect to do too much damage.
It 2-tapped them.
That's not bad actually.
Yeah, these are the Howlick Tree enemies too, so like that's no shit good.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I expect it to do a lot less, honestly. Like a tradition for final game weapons that like they start off really good, fall off hard.
I also don't have it max leveled, by the way, so that's another.
Fair.
Because this game does not give you as many somber smithing stones at plus 10 as they do for the final level of the regular ones, which I mean is fair in all honesty. Because you're gonna use more of the basic weapons at max level.
Yeah.
Because you'll need like a strike one, your normal like. This is my main.
Give me one sec.
I put him back.
Thank you.
No, I fucking. Thank you.
You're bearing with me. I'm staying up for murder scene.
No, not you. I was trying to swap weapons and it just was not having it. Holy shit, that got some fucking range, boy. Okay, wait, hold on. There we go. Oh my lord! Sonny Jim! Okay, why didn't it touch you? Okay. So it does have a bit of like height limitation. And it won't quite. Its hitbox is a bit weird.
I mean, yeah, it can't be perfect.
Well, yeah. Obviously. Plus, I doubt anyone's really maining this weapon, so I doubt it's gonna get like any work done on it, you know?
Yeah.
It works good on clean rock knights, I'll tell you that. So I'm definitely hitting them harder than I was before with my other holy weapon. Oh yeah, no, this thing definitely slaps. Like 100%.
So you're telling me that actually an endgame weapon is worth using?
I mean, I'm using it in the Haligtree area on like basic enemies right now, but like it's basically taking their whole 2,000 health bar. They have 1850, and it takes about 1,600 of their health. So I mean, when I dual wield it with another greatsword, it's taken. Okay, let me side by side this bitch. It's doing at a level under. It is still doing 40 more damage than my other holy greatsword.
Nice.
Yeah, it has a B in dex scaling, a C in faith, and a D in strength. This thing has some great scaling. Like, it's actually a little scary how good the scaling is on it, if I would be perfectly honest.
Yeah, just long live the filthy dex build.
Hey man, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. What's the creator's name again? The Dark Souls creator. What's his name again? Did you hear my question?
Give me a second. Gotcha.
Why am I... What the fuck is happening? Oh, it's that one over there. Right. Okay. That makes sense.
Had green on it.
Alright, well... I'm just gonna mute for a second. So, I'll be honest. This game, phenomenal. I mean, like with any game, I have my personal issues with it. But I also hear that some people are having zero issues with certain things, so it might just be lag on my end that's causing me so many issues.
I see. So it wasn't just me this happened to. To think he'd forget who you were as well. I knew he'd burn himself out. Old Hugh. I think we could talk him into leaving the Round Table Hold now. But maybe it's better that we don't.
Okay.
It's only proper that we respect his choice to stay. I'll remain with Hugh.
Oh, okay. I'm so glad I did this.
Today, I'd like to return the kindness in whatever small way I can. Please, become Elden Lord. Hugh was always saying that you were a lord. To him,
Aww.
so slay her with the weapons he smithed. Slay the god Marika, who cursed us all.
Okay, that was important. Alright, I'm back.
Ew.
So what's the name of the creator of this again? I can't remember off the top of my head.
Miyazaki.
Miyazaki. You know that man loves his filthy katana dex builds, alright? Let's all be honest here.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Bundo. fucking hundo.
Yeah, he literally plays a filthy dual-wielding dex build, and we all fucking know it, dude. There are too many katanas in this specific one for him not to be doing it. He literally made a game just so that I feel okay. This is just me like throwing a funny thought here. I feel like he made this one specifically designed to where he could run around as his filthy dual wielding dex build with his bullshit fucking weapon arts and never have to use a shield or have it equipped at all. I feel like that's the main reason why 2 had actual power stances for 2 of the same weapon type. I think he literally just made that. Was like, yes, 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 finally dual wielding my filthy dex build. And then it didn't work out how he intended it to. So he dropped it for 3 while he secretly worked on refining his technique on it, right? He waited, he built a whole game around a katana with fucking Sekiro, right? Because he was like, yes, dex build, but without actual stats, so y'all can't complain. And then this one was his love letter to the filthy dex build wielding katana users.
It was.
Like, if you look at the franchise going forward, katanas have only gotten more prominent and stronger.
They do. They legit do.
Like, katanas in DS1 and Demon Souls were okay. Like, you could use them, but they weren't, like, mainstream weapons, right? But the second you get to fucking DS3 or this game, nah, mate. It's all about that filthy bleed dex build.
Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second. Bloodborne weapon.
I don't think there was an actual like katana.
Yes, there is.
Is there?
There is one.
Yeah, but it wasn't like mainstream or anything, was it?
Oh, hold on.
Because I feel like I've never heard of a katana wielder in Bloodborne.
Holy Moonlight Sword, Boom Hammer, Beast Hunter Staff, Blunderbuss.
Because there's only like what 15 weapons in there, like actual weapon.
Repelash, where did it go?
No, I feel like Bloodborne was a special case, for one particular reason.
Yeah.
It was his excuse to tell everyone to shut the fuck up about shields and katanas.
Give me a second to find it really fast. Chicago. Okay, let me see if I can pull the stats up for this.
Yeah, I feel like it was shit. Or impossible to get, one or the other, and then it wasn't worth it.
You could get mid-game, it was in the base game. You got it from doing a side quest. It was actually not that hard to do. You had one actual difficult boss. Okay, but to put it in perspective, I had it halfway through my game.
Okay, that's super easy to get then.
Fuck you.
I'm not wrong, though.
I'm building weapon stats. Okay. So it scales they scale weapons pretty identical to most Dark Souls games.
Mm-hmm.
So, we don't understand. Item discovery 92, blood damage 92, 10 endurance to wield, 14 dex to wield, 12 strength to wield.
Wait, hold on. Let me actually pull out Uji Katana. Look at Uji Katana's stats real quick. Okay, so go it again.
Alright, for usage, essentially 10 strength, 14 dex, and 12 arcane. Maybe the comparison.
Okay, so that thing takes one less in all of in the strength and dex category compared to Uji Katana in this one. And Uji Katana doesn't have an arcane requirement at all.
Okay. At its max level at plus 10, 184 slash and bleed, identical, with an E scaling in strength, E, a B scaling in Dex, a S scaling in Arcane, and a D scaling in Faith.
Okay, no, that thing was broken as shit. Never mind.
Uh-huh.
Alright. Anywho, back to thoughts. Let's actually, like, go over thoughts. Let's actually do this. Okay.
Okay.
Let's go this in categories.
Okay.
Alright, so the first category we're going to go over is going to be...
No. So stop you right there. We're going to start with the worst.
No. I'm going to go about this in order of things that I actually, like, paid attention to, noticed, and did.
Okay. So you want to get the way first?
Well, no, this is my review. Let me take the wheel. I want to do this my way.
Okay, fine.
All right.
I
So
guess the horse.
can I fucking speak, kid?
Yeah, go ahead.
First things first. Weapons.
Oh
Now-
my fucking god.
No. Like, actually, hear me out. Okay, so in weapons, what I am including is not anything that uses magic or faith. So no intelligence, faith, or arcane requiring things. I'm just talking about straight up weapons, like no like staves or catalysts, things like that.
No. Market has all the weapons. Any equipable weapon in the game.
No.
Let's
No.
just
No,
variety.
this is mine. Fuck you. I'm gonna do it my way.
You're totally looking out entire section.
Can I just fucking do it my way? I don't need you second fucking hand doing this shit, okay? I'm trying to do my review of the game how I want to review it. Now, weapons to me is something that I hit the enemy with, or that throws a physical projectile at the enemy, so like a crossbow or a bow. That is what I am talking about right now. Magic is an entirely different field that I will be talking about next. Thank you very much. Okay, so weapons. Versatility. We'll go with that first. I love the versatility of the weapons in this game. It didn't feel like I absolutely had to use a fucking greatsword or an ultra greatsword to play the game. Like in Dark Souls 1. Where, let's be honest, after a certain point, if you weren't wielding a greatsword, you're a pleb scrub, first of all. And second of all, you are not going to be DPSing anything. Or staggering it. Because poise mattered in 1.
Yeah.
And DPS mattered in 3. But 3 was a whole different beast. We're just talking about this game. I could use whatever weapon I wanted on the boss. And if I did my build right, if I used proper arrows or whatever, I could completely play just off of melee or bowing every single enemy with general ease. It wasn't bows are useless except for like pecking off this one specific enemy that's super range based and will just pelt you the entire time, or for activating this trap or getting this item. I could actually use a bow in my playthrough against basic enemies and not feel completely overpowered, outmatched, outgunned in every way. I felt comfortable. I could get away from my enemies relatively easy. There was obviously certain enemies where a bow was just not the correct choice, but if I did it right, I could have. Now, I'm not talking about on torrent when I say this for this part. Torrent will be his own fucking section that will be nothing but hate. He has 2 good things about him, in my opinion, and that is fucking it. I hate that piece of shit, but I will talk about him later. I also love the fact that I could take any two weapons of the same type, or weapons of a specific fighting style, and put them together and get a stance out of it that allowed me to use a dual wield weapon style. Now, I did notice, because I've done a side-by-side comparison just on my own with the same weapons, just looking at the damage output and all of that, not using any computer generated, just the visuals of what I see on the damage numbers.
Uh-huh.
You actually do more damage per hit single wielding whatever weapons. Like, that's not a question, there's no joke about that. You will deal more damage, but to compensate that, you are hitting more often dual wielding.
Yeah.
So that was the compensation, and I loved that it wasn't just the fact that dual wielding just like broke the game. Because I'll be honest, there are times where dual wielding will fuck me up. It kind of screwed me over that I was so dead set on dual wielding only. There was a few times, because button input overload can happen to where it will force you into an input if you've already put it in and started the animation, even if you get staggered, which I feel like is a load of horse shit, because then you're just dead for no good reason. But that has been in every game, so I'm not going to knock that. It's not like it's not something I'm used to. It's just an extra death on the counter, so it's whatever. Now, next for the weapons, I'm going to talk about damage variations, like what felt like it hit and what felt like it didn't, you know? So I felt like overall, even though I only really used two things on screen, I did use a couple off screen just to test the waters a little.
Yeah.
Everything felt pretty even. Now, obviously, certain things deal a significant amount less in damage.
Yeah, I'll be in a few minutes.
But it didn't feel like there was only one weapon style or weapon type that could just... that was so above the top that it broke the game.
It depended on the build, honestly.
Because
there was one thing that was better than the rest. It was based off how you actually built it, like it should be.
And your enemy that you're fighting, which is another thing that it should be. Like, there were certain bosses I literally could not use a greatsword on because they were just too fast. It was too slow. It just was not going to work. Or the enemies are too big, and so when they move, because it's slower, even though it hits harder, it's going to be a hard-fought win, and you're going to take more damage. Just because you have to get closer to that enemy. Because if they slightly shift their weight or whatever, you can go just barely outside of the hitbox.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that makes sense. Like, if a giant dragon shifts his body weight from one side to the other and moves slightly, obviously my sword shouldn't hit them if it doesn't actually hit them on the screen.
Yeah.
But obviously, my preferred method was the katanas. Not necessarily because they were out-damaging everything, but they were just fast enough and did enough damage that I was comfortable using them. Plus, it's the weapon that I main in most of the other games, regardless of damage. I am a greatsworder or a katana wielder. Except in 3, where I use Kirk's Barb straight sword, because that thing with hollow on it is just the most broken piece of shit ever. Because you can just do the poke method, poke method, poke method, and it swings for days. Because it's an actual straight sword, it takes no stamina to use. You can get like 20 hits in before you're finally out of stamina. But that wasn't the case in this game, which I kind of like. That you couldn't just continuously swing if you used a lighter weapon. There are actual combos, like a chain of attacks, and then it resets. Now, if you did it right, you could infinitely swing if you... say, hold on. Let me actually go to an area where I can swing my weapon. Say I did that, then single, then this, single, swing. Technically, you can continuously, without having a big cooldown, just keep going. Now, obviously, there is a little bit of a window, but as long as you keep from doing the third attack, which is when the combo ends, you can basically continuously swing. But that also takes finesse, skill, timing, and above all else, not being panicked as shit when you're next to that boss that's about to bitch slap you for all your health.
Yeah.
And you also need to be fast enough with your inputs, but also slow enough. Like, it's a very fine point of, okay, I got the combo down or whatever, but now you need to be able to do it while also moving around and focusing on the enemy. Which I like, because it reminds me of the thing that Kirito did in SEO, where he learned to infinitely scale combos and chain them together by staggering his attacks between two weapons. He literally beat the system by using the system. Which I just loved that scene. Where everyone was like, alright, his combo's over, now go! And then he just busts out another one and just infinitely starts spam chain attacks. I love that scene, it's so stupid. Now, obviously, after a while, his timing got a little harder to keep up with, and his combo broke. Which is another thing that can happen in this one. Eventually, if you keep doing this method, there is a point where you're... obviously, your stamina's going to cut out, so you won't keep attacking. But it's possible, with enough stamina and the right weapon, to just swing until you're completely out of stamina, instead of having to do the 3 hits, then a long cooldown, then 3 more hits, long cooldown. Now, I like the fact that there is a stopping point, and you can't just literally stand there mashing R1.
Yeah.
Because that was the thing in 3. You just used a straight sword and smashed that R1 button.
Either it staggered or it didn't, and if you didn't, you died.
Yeah. And if it did, then there was no reason for you to stop until your stamina was about to be out, so you needed to back up and recuperate.
Yup.
You basically keep going until you procced whatever the fuck you were trying to proc, or you got 90% through your stamina bar, then you rolled back. That was it. There's no skill or finesse to it. It was just hit as many times as you can. And this one, you can't do that. You actually have to play strategically, which I like. It's a good system. Now, do I wish that there was a way of, after your weapon gets to a certain level or your stats get to a certain level, you add another attack to the combo or whatever? Yes. I wish that was a thing, or I could spend some form of in-game item or whatever, like the golden seeds or whatever, like increasing my flask, but a way to increase my combo amount before it has the cooldown. That would have been a very nice implementation. Obviously, they didn't do that, and I kind of respect them for that, because then it would have been, oh, I can't find all the items, or, oh, it ends at this number, not this? That's so stupid. So they just didn't put it in, and they kept it at 3, because fuck you guys. Which I respect wholeheartedly. Now, let's talk about weapon arts themselves. I personally didn't really use the weapon arts until very late in the game. I didn't really need them.
Could you see how they would have made the early game easier?
Oh, 100% if I knew how fucking broken Hoarfrost Step is, considering I got it so early in my playthrough personally, I 100% would have beaten most of these bosses with half the deaths or no deaths. If I had known how stupid Hoarfrost Step is, I probably would have done Melania the very first try. It was my first attempt on her. I instantly got her to phase 2. With bare minimum of effort and not even realizing that she was healing the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
It was only until I backed off and started playing slower and not so aggressive, trying to learn her pattern, that I realized just how annoying that healing of hers was. So basically, I just did the same thing to her that I did with Mog. Beat the shit out of him until they do their big second phase bullshit. and go and beat them to death after that while they're in their cooldown. After their phase attack. But 100%, if I had realized, it would have made the game easier. Also, certain weapon arts are very useful on specific enemies. Like the gravity attacks, they work exceptionally well on the flying enemies because they will pull them out of the air and onto the ground to where you can hit them. I think that is so nice because for some people, those bats, like the alpha bats, is what I call them, the alpha ones, the white enemies. I refer to them as the alphas.
The albinos. God, I know what you mean.
I refer to those as the alpha because they're the stronger, they hit harder, more health version of one of the basic enemies in the game. Or one of the not so basic enemies in the case of the fucking Elden bears. Oh my god, or rune bears, that's what they're called. Those things can burn in the pits of hell where they belong. There is no excuse for the hitbox on those fucking bears. You know it. Miyazaki, you piece of shit.
There was.
There's ones that, excuse me, hold on, are only really useful in certain fights, which again, not a bad thing, not quite such a good thing either. The same thing can be said with the flask equipables, like the wondrous flask. It is so nice an item to have another flask to chug. And it has the bonus effect of I can make it do whatever I want. That is the most unique thing that this franchise has put forth, in my opinion, as far as consumables go. That is so nice and unique. A one-off, I can do whatever the hell I want with it. If I even wanted to, there are literally 2 versions of the suicide tier thing for it. Which, hold on, I'm actually curious if it will just off me entirely if I use that. So give me 1 sec. Speaking of that, I just really want to... I really just want to see if it just outright murders me if I fucking do both of them. Because it actually deals damage to the enemies near me. Which I love that, because it could have just been you explode yourself and that's all it is. It's just a fun gimmicky thing that you can do with your friends, or whenever you find an invader or whenever you have someone invade you and you're just like, yeah, no, I'm good, fam. Let me just chug along this and bye, Felicia. No, it doesn't. Okay. If I had known that, I probably would have done that so much more. So that took the same amount of health that it did with just the one, but I feel like that probably did twice the damage, which it already did a chunky amount. Like, even on bosses, that thing did some mean numbers for what it is. The weapon arts also are unique in the fact that you can put a weapon art on your weapon, but a different element than what the art does. Like for instance, the cold ones. I can choose to keep Hoarfrost Step while not putting frost on my melee and just pure magic. That is so cool that it's not locked to that specific element. I can still do any of the other variations that are within that area. Obviously it deals in magic damage, so it gives me the options for the magic types. And also occult, which I don't actually know what occult does. I think it's good on gods or whatever, or on like the lords. I think that's what it's for. I'm not 100% sure because I didn't fuck around with it at all. It might either deal bonus damage to all like humanoid enemies or non-undead, like the lords and other players. It might be like that. I'm not 100% sure. I haven't actually looked it up yet. But again, I have the option there for them. So nice that I'm not stuck at something. Or if I want my weapon to do some crazy flippy bullshit attack, I can just slap that bitch on there. If I wanted to pull enemies from the literal sky, suck that bitch to the ground and fuck him up. God, I really have no chill today with my language. Oh my god. There's no chill in my soul today. Now, let's move on to magic, which I'm encompassing spells and incantations.
I'm gonna have to pause me here because my phone's like 5% and I have to go start dinner.
Okay. What does that mean?
I need to get off the damn phone because it's about to fucking die on me again.
What about the laptop that I left with you?
Okay, about to go start dinner. As in, I'm gonna be up, moving around, doing things.
Fine. Alright, well, I won't continue with you then. I'm gonna take a 5-minute break anyways. I need to pee hella bad.
Alright, man, no problem. I'll be back on.
Yeah, I'll continue. Okay, so when are you going to be back on here, specifically?
It depends on how long the dinner fucking takes. I help with dinner and they're doing their hair and shit. I will text you back at least in the next hour or so.
Okay.
And let you know what's going on.
Because, I mean, if you don't think you're going to get back on before I finish my rant, I'll probably just do that and then end stream.
Alright then, man.
Well, I mean, we can still talk and play after. I'm just saying, like, I want to get this finished, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Well, I will talk to you in a little bit then.
Alright, talk to you in a bit.
Bye. Alright, guys, I will be right back and continue my rant. The next topic will be magic, which I'm encompassing spells and incantations. So I'll be right back. Alrighty, now that we're back. Okay, once again, we will. I'm going to talk about magic next, which is spells, sorceries, and incantations. So, this whole section and this whole section. Alright, so first and foremost, we'll go over, like, let's say diversity. Of, like, what different types of each spell, or the different spells themselves. Different types of magic, sorry. Okay, first and foremost, as far as magic goes. Now, we have basically most of the same shit, different name kind of thing going on. Soul Arrow, Greater Soul, or the Speed Arrow, or whatever the fuck. Great Soul Arrow. Greater Soul Arrow. Then you have your Soul Lance. Now, as far as those go, those are pretty basic. They're in every single game that has the magic. So I figured, you know, we don't talk about those. Now, for all the new things, I love how much they have increased the magic portfolio. And look at this. I don't even have all of these. I'm almost positive. I do not have all of them. I'm sure I'm missing some crazy... Now, I have all of the legendary ones that aren't from bosses. I have all of the legendary ones you can find around the map. They are so cool sounding, looking. The feel of the magic, it feels powerful. Each spell has a purpose. It's not like in 1 or 3. I'm going to keep referencing those two because I know what's in them. I've played them. I may not have mained magic, but I've used most of it. So I know what it can do, what it can't, for the most part. I'm not like frame for frame perfect on that, but I mean, we're not looking for that right now. If I'm talking about from a general player's viewpoint, slightly above average, I'm not some crazy no death run or no hit run, not taking a single point of damage or restarting the whole run kind of bullshit. I know for a fact I can't do that. There are so many more options in this one versus the other ones. We have ones that can literally hit the enemy from behind or are semi-visible. We have lava magic. So cool. We have ones that can literally nullify other magic. Now, yes, these things cost an arm and a leg to wield. But for good reason. It literally dispels all sorcery that touches it. And reduces the magic negation of the enemies that it touches. That is the coolest thing I have seen as far as magic in the games that I've played from this franchise. No, we have our typical, like, unseen weapon, unseen body, like that bullshit. And we have this that literally fucking spawns behind the enemy and hits them in the back of the head. Body, whatever, you know what I mean. That's never been a thing. We've never had some cool, like, 5D chest looking ass magic where you plant that shit right where you need it. Like this stuff. This is some 5D chest shit right here. That is, like, you can perfectly plan out your attack. This is some, like, actual World of Warcraft type of versatile magic. Like, trap magic. Like, which one is it? Okay, so this one right here automatically strikes nearby foes. While this one, one of them, I could have sworn one of these only does it after you get hit. Or maybe that's one of the weapon. I know, that might be one of the weapon arts. Where it doesn't actually proc until you get hit, and then it retaliates with them. That is so cool. Okay, let me talk about one thing first. Um, death. If this element is so stupid because it only works on other players and the final boss type enemies. So all the lords or the shard bearers, whatever. I think that's such a wasted opportunity of such a cool magic type. Or magic or element type. I feel like that was a bit of a wasted opportunity. Because that limits what it can and can't be used in the situation. God, I hate my hair. There's always just like one random strand that's just bugging the shit out of me. It limits where you can and can't use it and why you would ever have this equipped or use it. Plus, I mean, 23, that's no small number for a build. Now, in this game, that's pretty basic bitch stuff. Like, not at all that high. I mean, look at my level when I finished the game. 208. So I could have easily put 23 into that stat or whatever. Now, 30, that's asking... Why am I able to use this? Why doesn't it have an X on it? Doesn't make any sense. I don't have 30 in... Oh, and sorry, intelligence. I thought that meant faith. I was like, why? 30, that's a bit on the higher end, but still not that high if you're actually going for a magic build. Now, I only put my dexterity so high because I wanted to wield this before I finished the game. That was my goal, was I wanted to be able to use Waterfowl Dance. That was a personal goal for me. But for the most part, the only stat I really dumped into as far as damage types go was intelligence. Because magic was so useful for 90% of the game. In the other games, there was only specific bosses where the magic was actually not only viable, but kind of necessary to really make the fight easier. Like, for instance, in 3, if you tried to fight stupid fucking Dragon Medir without Pestilent Mist, you're gonna have a rough time. If you're not some line of fucking crack doing, or you know what I mean, some crackhead like on Adderall, can see everything in slow motion kind of gamer, that fight is miserable. Trying to use melee on him or basic magic, because he's highly resistant to everything but lightning. And even then, most of the lightning spells did not do a sizable amount of damage. Lightning based weapons really didn't do enough to really justify putting lightning on them instead of whatever just dealt the most damage. But in this one, I didn't really feel like any of the magic didn't work on enemies. I could use whatever element I wanted. Now, obviously, some of them were better than others, because in this one, Frost, and Scarlet Rot are king. Frost is so absurdly broken in this one. Now, I know I might get derail and get a little off topic on some of this stuff, but just bear with me, because it helps tie into what I'm saying. Or at least for me personally, it helps me tie into it. But in this one, I could use Frost whenever I wanted to. I could throw down a lava patch wherever I wanted to. I could throw down a mist cloud of this, of frost, poison, just pure damage, and it actually did something. It didn't feel like a useless waste of my faith points that I never used anyways. Because I did use them. I genuinely played this one as a versatile character. I was not stuck using melee weapon or just a bow. I could literally use whatever I wanted and it was viable. These magics had purpose, meaning, and above all else, what was most important, they dealt actual damage. And it wasn't some bullshit number that could truly compare to like a dual katana setup, like how fast you could stack damage. That makes sense because there's casting and charge time. But again, the what you got out of it, if you actually built a magic based main, it was comparable at least, which it wasn't in any of the other games. Spells were kind of I'm using this in PvP because it'll one shot, or I've beaten the game already and gotten soul stream, so I'm just going to use that to one shot all these bosses with a max damage build. I did not need to stack. I didn't need this to beat the game. I didn't need to use this to beat the game. I didn't need those to make it easier for me or whatever. I could just use magic. I could bust the... Do I not have it equipped? Okay, hold on. Let me prove a point here. Let me visualize it for you guys as to why I thought it was so nice. I did it in most of the fights. So I could just do this, throw that there, run away for a little bit, wait till it starts proccing, swap back, jump over and attack. And it's still dealing damage. Or if I need to back off, I back off, pull this out, just pelt a few of these while walking away from the enemy. If I could use Torrent, I could do it while on him too. It gave me the option of dealing damage while also running away. I wasn't stuck using a melee weapon, which in all my other playthroughs, the only time I ever wielded magic was to just one off every once in a while, just crouch for a second, do this. Because I just needed a quick extra heal so I could clear the area without having to hit a bonfire. Or Grace Point, Lantern, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I don't care. They're all bonfires, Grace Points. It's the same shit. Different name for the different franchises. But you see what I mean. I was not trapped doing something that I didn't want to. This, although I didn't use it very much, it was an option. And in this one, I could charge it to get more function out of it, to get more damage. That was not an option in the other ones. I'm also curious what. Okay. I never actually ended up using this, but I was just curious. There is also the fact that where is it? Where the fuck is it? This. Magic had its own thing to clear ailments. That's never really been a thing. Magic has never been a cleanse myself type of kit. It's always been item usage to clear status effects of some type. 90% of the status effects were trapped behind faith build. The fact that there was any option at all from magic like this, I thought was so nice. Because it gives magic users, or sorcery specific users, something. They weren't stuck having to put a few points into faith just so they could use where the fuck is it? This guy. No, wait. Am I dumb? I'm dumb. This guy. But like, and again, the requirements also were very nice, because some of the magics and the sorceries and incantations, while yeah, the numbers are big on some of them, for the most part, besides like the ones you get from bosses or the legendary ones, they're pretty tame numbers. It's a doable number. I could dump the points into it just so that I could use, like, say this right here, the law of causality, just as an example. I could have dumped the 15, 17 levels into this from my just started the game build to wield this. And it would not ruin my build. I would still have plenty of levels for everything else. Someone could have easily jumped everything into one stat and still had enough play play playable game to get the levels they needed to put into other stats. It wasn't a min-max in this game either for using sorceries and incantations. Because that was another problem I had with most of the other games. DS1 had the issue of each sorcery or each magic slash miracle slash pyromancy required or had a set amount of uses. And if you wanted more uses, you had to equip a second version of the same spell. Incantation, whatever. You know what I mean. I'm just going to say spell as the general term because they all use magic points, faith points, whatever. The option was not really there because that means you had to either find another merchant that sold the exact same spell or complete another playthrough of the game. Now, you could offset that by having somebody who's already been in their second or third playthrough drop the magic for you. But, I mean, that's not really you doing a solo playthrough, which is what I am specifically talking about. When I talk about this stuff, I am not talking about anything for online play. No online necessary. Because I don't do that. I don't like having other people play the game for me. Because it's just not fun. It's not satisfying at all when I beat a boss. No, okay, so I have 45 int and 25 faith with everything I have equipped and a rune active. Look at how many spells are available to me. Oh, and 35 arcane. I also need to mention that. Look how many spells are available to me versus ones that aren't. If I had this exact same stat tree right now, and I wouldn't play 3 or 1, I would not be able to use more than half of what was available to me. Because the stat requirements on those ones was so much more intensive, where you had to build around trying to get to this specific spell, and you needed to play the game to get to that spell, first and foremost. Then you needed the FP or the charges to wield that spell. You needed the spaces, the memory slots, which is a whole nother ball game of bullshit. That some of these require multiple slots when you have a finite amount of them. Don't get me started on how much I fucking hate that specifically. That's always been one thing that I've truly despised. I understand it from a developer standpoint. You need to cap the amount of spells your players can do, or else they're cycling too much through them because there's not a better system in place for them to do that. Now, if you had it to where you held this and then pressed Y and switched to a different set of magic miracle stuff like that, I think they would have allowed you a much higher equip load of spells or whatever. Well, like how they have in this one, if you hold triangle, Y, whatever your top of controller button is, you have a second usable inventory. That was one of the single best UI changes that were made. But it also hinders because you have to press that in order to dual wield. For some builds or whatever, it can be a bit of a hassle. Plus, you can't swap directly in some instances. You cannot just go straight from dual wielding one or two-handing one to two-handing the other. you have to double press for it. That was one thing that I didn't like. Like, I can't even just hold it to swap. It won't do it. That was something I didn't like, but it is also so much more stuff going into your inputs and all that, so I understood. Going back to the magics, I give them a 10 for versatility. Everything feels like it has a function or a use case. There doesn't feel like there's any useless magic. Everything feels like it has a place, a boss fight, an area where I would genuinely use this if I had gone magic only. Same with sorceries. Or incantations. There's also, I want to say this outright. I feel like incantations got the god treatment on this one as far as versatility goes and diversity. There are so many different attacks and buffs, debuffs, unique new types of pyromancy or miracles in this one versus the other one. I mean, you'll have buffs for the three main types of damage: fire, holy, and magic. For the three types of damage you will take. I think there's also one for lightning. It just takes more, I think. Yeah, this one. And then we have ones with greater, which I don't think I have all of them. So obviously I don't know if there's better ones. But there's so many different versions of everything. I mean, I even got the stupid magic that those centipedes were casting. I got boss magic and sorceries also. I got ones that only NPCs were really wielding. I even got ones that the dragons were wielding. That's never been a thing. The actual dragon type attacks have never been an option. Actually, breathing fire has either been a weapon skill or an item usage, not an actual spell or incantation. I love that. It's so cool and unique to just see you spawn that dragon head and spew scarlet rod or frost, magic breath, lava, fire, even holy breath. It's so cool. And I like that you pay a price for wielding the magic of dragons. Or the miracles of dragons. There is a cost to you without you wasting all of your damage negation. I don't have to unequip everything that I have in order to use these like you do in 1 and 3. I can just straight up whip this out and use hold on, let me we'll get rid of you. See, look, all I have to do is come over here and equip, say, Aguil's Breath, right? And I just use it. There's no, I mean, look at that. There's no build up, there's no bullshit. I just bust it out and use it. And it does some pretty decent damage too, which has never been a thing. Usually the dragon skills or items have been kind of gimmicky and not really dealing anything. Look at that. He didn't even get near me and I didn't waste all of my faith. Or my FP to use it. Now most of it because I kept pressing it instead of holding it. That's another thing. And with some of these, you can continuously cast it. That's never been a thing. This one did magic so right along with archery. Because in all the other ones, they just were not a viable enough option without a lot of setup and something to pull aggro for you for casting time. Well, yes, there were options to increase casting time or charge rate or anything like that. It didn't feel like you could use it. I'm probably repeating myself a bunch of times, but it's just because the point is so important, because it's so important to me. I wanted to finally play one of these games and build a character off of fucking magic, and now I can't. Like, I'm going to do a playthrough where I mostly use only magic. I want to do a playthrough where I basically only use bows. And I can't. Hell, you can use the fucking torches and they are a viable means of killing enemies. You can proc status effects with them. Look at this garbage. I can use the most broken weapons type, or status type. The two most broken. It's not terrible damage either, considering what it is. Like, if I actually put the upgrades into this, it would do some nasty numbers. Like, no shit. And that frost buildup, that shit does work. It does like 2,000 damage on most bosses. Just outright. Now, I don't know if that's based on if it's like a percentile based on what your weapon does to the boss or enemy or whatever. But either way, it always does a chunk of damage that is meaningful. I've probably said the same 3 things like 20 times so far. So, I'll move on to my next thing, which was power of the sorceries and incantations. Another 10. While some of the spells feel a bit weak, they're also the base versions of those spells. And you can use a lot of them. I only have 30 into Mind. Only 30 levels into it without a rune. 35 with one. That's both a large number and a small one. And I can still spam like 20 plus of this. I can do this almost, or over 10? Let's see, I have 200, so I can do this over 20 times. Like, almost 30 times. With no repercussions. All it does is take a bit of stamina and my FP. That's an insane amount of casts before I have to chug-a-lug a flask for more FP. Which I can just have a shit ton of those. I can have half of my flask dedicated to FP. Now, as far as the flasks go, I just want to say this now. I think it's a really stupid stopping point to put it at 12 and 14. 14 and 12, whatever. I really hope they increase that amount when they put out the rest of the DLC. I hope it goes to the standard 20. Or they just really increase the amount that each flask does in the DLC. Like, they give you more of the sacred tiers to increase how much you gain from it. Because for me, for my character, with only 50 in health, it still takes me 3 flasks to fully fill it. Some players have 99, and it takes them like 4 full flasks without anything equipped to increase the amount it gives you to heal. That's a lot. anyways, back to the magics and stuff. I don't feel like any of the magic is too weak for what it is. Like this does viable damage comparatively to its great version. And it's faster. Which means you can out DPS this with this. How it should be. If you do it correctly. And you pace yourself. There's also different defensive options to offset any damage I receive. There are ways to stagger the enemies, to retaliate upon getting hit with damage, multi-hit attacks, so it's not a single strike, which gives me a better chance of stunning my enemies and keeping them from hitting me, giving magic users and incantation users a viable way to stop the enemy from just bum rushing them with damage. The casting time, which is the next thing I'll talk about, on some of them is a little iffy. It would be very hard with some enemies to use any of the spells, and almost impossible to use a few of the bigger ones. But you could, and they would do enough damage to keep you from just getting slapped outright during it. And then, of course, we have Shockwave, which is just fun to use. Healing, I was a little disappointed with the amount of health that heal gives you back. That may just be because my faith is low, so it's not giving me a good amount. I don't know that for a fact or off the top of my head because this was in a research run, so I really didn't look anything up. I let my friend tell me the names of some of the spells and the elements they wielded, but I didn't really care about the damage they dealt, or the amount they restored, the amount they protected, any of that. Because it was just an unnecessary number for me that would sully my feeling on what spells did what for me. Now, with some of the incantations and spells, I feel like for what they give, the cost of using them is a bit high, because if faith points is the lowest bar that you have access to, like on your screen, it's the lowest bar, and basically most things take faith of some kind, faith points. So I feel like that number could have been buffed a bit of how much you get per level. I also feel like the soft, the locks for how much you gain per level, I feel like those could have been put at a higher level than they are for how many options you have to use that stat. I feel like they could have given you more faith points to work with. It's definitely less of a problem than it was in 3. Obviously, it wasn't an issue in 1 because you just had each spell had X amount of uses. So, just going off of 3, and just like my own personal playthrough of this game, the costs were a bit high on everything that required faith points. Because even some of these fucking items cost faith. Like, this shit costs 20 faith points to use. It's not even that fucking good. Because it's stationary. And it is not a large amount of health. It's really not. For 20 faith, when I could just use heal instead, and it would be faster and not over time, it feels kind of like a slap in the face that it's that expensive. I mean, that is a full 10th of my current faith point bar. And that's not even a spell. That's just an item. Not even a good one, in my opinion. From when I actually tried using it, it is very slow. It does not do a lot. The only times I actually tried to use that kind of stuff was when my summons were low on health. The same with the healing spells. The only time I really used that during fights that weren't against enemies that get damaged by it was when my my summons, so these guys, the ashes, were on low health and I wanted them to last longer in a fight. For how long it takes to cast the healing miracles, the amount that it gives to these guys specifically is stupidly small. Because they will walk outside of that area of effect way faster than you can cast it. They could be at one end of the radius of the spell and get 10 steps past the other edge of the circle before the spell actually activates. Now, I know there's a few seconds of a window where the spell can still proc on them, but they're not coming back. They're going after that boss, and he's going to slap them for the rest of their health. 100%. So, I feel like it should have been more of a percentile of the health on the ones that heal allies. I feel like that could have been a bit more of a percentile of their health, not a set amount based on your own health. Like, say, this mimic, for instance. I don't know how much health it has. I don't. It has a lot of health. It can take a lot of damage. I think it has somewhere around, like, 6,000 plus health. It heals, like, 300 of its health at a time. That is a absurdly small number. It should be easily 600 plus per cast on my ally. So that way, it is a meaningful way to heal them. Now, it could be smaller than that number, like 4 or 500, which would still be a better heal than what it is on them. Because it deals like 2 or 300 of their health. Like, it gives them that back. Which is nothing. That's literally a single hit from the boss. And not even more than that hit is going to be worth. And it's very slow. You can't move while using the healing ones. So that was not a 10 for me. The healing ones and the ones that remove status effects were too slow in my opinion without using the talisman that increases casting speed on those. Which even then, I still feel like it was too slow. Like even after putting that into effect, which I don't know if there's actually one that deals. I might not have gotten it because I didn't do a specific quest or something. But it didn't feel like it really changed the speed of the casting. Yeah, okay, so it works for both. I don't feel like this did enough to warrant using it. At least not as far as the miracles that I was trying to use. For health. It's not, it didn't put them anywhere near the Estus level, or the Flask level, which I understand they're not supposed to be close to that, which is fine. I wholeheartedly agree that they should be slower than using the Flask. The Flask is your quick, okay, I'm about to get hit again, or, okay, I need to heal quickly before they go into phase 2, or before phase 2's initial attack hits me, or just after it, so that way I can get back in the fight. Miracles are supposed to be okay, I'm exploring the area, let me just use this will use my faith points instead of my flask to heal, so that way you can keep going and not have to worry about running out of flasks. Because having to use miracles while fighting, for healing at least, is not a fun thing to experience. So I get that, but they're still too slow in my opinion. Like there's a fine balance. I'm not a game developer. I know that. I'm just saying from my personal perspective of how I play the game and how I would want it to play. It's a bit slow. Not so much that it's unusable, but enough that it's noticeable and I will get hit anyways because of it. I can't really talk about the buffing spells or incantations because I didn't use any of them really. So I don't know anything about those. I didn't use most of the miracles, so I can't really talk about the damage on those. But as far as the procs go, from stuff like these, they were decent. They were really nice. It took like 2 or 3 attacks from, say, Rotten Breath to proc Scarlet Rot on, like, actual enemies, which is a good number. That's a good amount because I can do that before they get to me, and it deals damage and staggers them, so it was a legitimate option for me to use it. Now the next thing I'm going to be talking about is definitely this. The Ashes system. Oh wait, no, actually, you know what, before I do that, let me talk about the one thing that I have a big problem with. It is these right here. All of these. This is literally the single best staff I have. As far as the ones that I have unlocked, with 45 intelligence, none of the other staffs even come close to it. Not even remotely. It's not even a specialty staff. It's just a basic one. It has the best sorcery scaling, best attribute scaling, and it has such low stat requirements. All these other ones are shit. I side by side compared them, and they're just shit. They're not very good at all. Now, I've always seen this as a problem in most of the games, where some of the staves or sorceries or whatever, the staves just were obscenely, like, one that you get early game is just obscenely better than everything else that you get later in the game. Even taking into account, like, this boosting carry and sword sorceries, I guarantee you this will still deal more damage because of the scaling difference. It's absurd. So that's one problem I have. Also, the Dragon Communion Seal is just bullshit compared to the other ones. I mean, look at this. This is the only one that even somewhat compares. You know, actually though, hold on, that one actually might get better, which I would be happy about, because the fact that none of them are comparable is a bit stupid. I also think that the stat requirement for some of the staves is a little horseshit. But, I mean, that's just me. Okay, so let's just check this. Okay, which one was it? This guy. B. Going to 9. Okay, so this one is the exception. It gets closer. The other one is still easier to use, in my opinion. But I like that. That's fine. Okay, so one of them is better. All the other ones, not so much. Or at least it just doesn't feel like it. Maybe I have to actually get them all max level in order to do a real comparison. But as I was leveling them up side by side between the staves, because back when I had this at like +5 or whatever, I was doing them side by side with all these ones, and none of them were even comparable. The amount of sorcery scaling I got from this one just completely overshadowed all the other ones. To the point of it being absurd. So that's an issue I have. Oh, she came back. Oh shit. Okay, wait, hold on. Does she have dialogue
I
again?
see.
No, okay. And he didn't have any dialogue. Okay. Back to... We'll just go here, I guess. As far as the summons go, I both love and hate the system. It's another case of... I feel like some of the enemy, the summons, take way too much for what you get. Because, I'm sorry, but this little bastard will always beat everything else. Because I can give him whatever I want. With no repercussions. The only thing that happens is I lose health on it. Which is, I mean, I lose a third of my health to summon him. That's not that much. That's like 1 Estus. Or 1 flask. For me right now. That's a pretty small number. If you're actually like thinking about it. That's not that big a number. For, without a doubt, the best one in the game overall. Outright. It does. Oh, sweet. Fuck, hold on. Let me turn down the game. Oh wait, hold on. Let me do this properly. Just sound. So that way it's not quite as loud, so I can actually speak. Now, I just feel like it was a good system, like 100% a great system, well thought about, but a lot of them felt more gimmicky than useful. Oh yeah, I forgot that I did that. Like, early game, they're a little too weak to be really useful. They're pretty much just like useless meat shields that can't actually do anything to help. Once you get late game, they're so bullshit broken that they basically do the game for you. Which, while it's nice for like people who put the time and effort and actually level them up, I feel like that's not how it should have been. I don't think they should have been so absurdly useless early game, only to be the most bullshit overpowered thing you've ever seen in your life at the later stages of the game. Because I'm sorry, but the Mimics can literally just play the game by itself. And it has infinite faith points. It can spam weapon arts as much as it wants. And it does not run out. It'll just keep going. Now it can't heal itself, which is fine, in my opinion, because it should not be able to at all. Because its kit is so versatile, and it can deal so much DPS, and it has such a big health bar to begin with, I think it was the correct choice, not allowing it the opportunity to heal itself. Like, no matter what you do, it simply can't do it. That was the right choice. On the other hand, all the other ones not being able to heal themselves, given how shitty some of their health bars are, I think is a little not kosher. Like, hold on, let me actually think for a second here. Wait, hold on. I'm just gonna look something up real quick, just because I've already beaten the game, so there's no point in me doing the no research or whatever. Of the Rot Goddess. Scarlet Aeonia, that's right. You know what? I actually like that. I just... Okay, so in the beginning of the game, you have access to... these two. I'm just talking about the ones that are right next to where you spawn. There's 3 that you can get super early. They're all fairly easy to obtain, all things considered. So you have the Fanged Imp Ashes, the Jellyfish, or no, there's 4. Sorry, there's 4. The Godric Soldiers, and these wolves. Now, I know you can get Oleg super easy, but there's no way for you to summon him, so I'm not really counting him in that list. Like, there's no way you're summoning Oleg within the first 10-ish hours of playing the game. Unless you literally dedicate 4 hours to grinding. I'd only put it into faith points. So we're just going to talk about the 4 that you can actually summon outright when you first start the game. You play in the first, like, little section. They are so fucking useless. The jellyfish is okay if you think about it, because it can proc poison on the enemy, right? So that it gets a slight pass of having such low health because it can poison the enemy for you, which is a godsend that early in the game. If I had known that it could do that, I would have used it a lot more. These 2 are okay, but they're very prone to missing, because Fanged Imps usually do the dash attack. They're very skittish and don't really focus on accuracy. These 3 wolves, while yes, you get 3 of them, their damage is so low that they will stagger literally nothing, unless all 3 of them hit it at the same time, which is kind of rare. And then we have these guys. Now, I will hands down admit, when I first started playing the game, I swore by these idiots. These 2 idiots, really useful. For what they are. For the first real ashes that you can use in the game, they are pretty good. Except for the fact that, again, they deal no damage. That's my biggest problem with most of the early game summons as well. Yes, they're easy to summon. Yes, they don't take that much faith points. There's a reason why they don't take any. Because they don't deal any damn damage. They're not actually useful except to take damage. And even then, they're fucking useless. If you use them on Morgott or Godric, they'll die in like 5-6 hits if their shields aren't up. That's not a lot. And you cannot upgrade them, I believe, unless you kill Godric first, if you don't know how to do her quest. I am almost positive. Like, hold on, let's actually look this up, just that way I'm not talking out of my ass. Character, no, general. World? NPCs, there we go. Rodrika. Who's right? Sitting sideways pose, deliver message. Say. Okay, so no, you can do it before fighting Godric, but you have to go into his castle for the most part to get to that step, unless you kill him. So, I mean, yes and no, I was correct. However, 90% of the players who play this are not going to figure that out. They're going to stumble along, not being able to upgrade their summons for an exorbitant amount of time, like I did. Because I had no idea she was the spirit tuning person. There's no way to know that until you start playing and until you get to that step. I feel like she was a little difficult to get to start her quest. For someone who didn't know anything about it, or didn't realize that there was an upgrade system to spirit tuning. It was a little difficult to figure out, you know? So, that part, I think, was a little poorly implemented, at least as far as, like, how to get to it. So, I mean, that might just be me because I don't often exhaust dialogues and NPCs. I don't think talking to them a bunch of times, unless it has the option to talk to them, is ever, like, something that I should be thinking about doing. So that might just be a me problem, but I feel like most new players wouldn't think about that either. That you have to do X thing, or get to X grace point, or anything like that in order to get to the spirit upgrades. Because the game doesn't say anything about upgrading the spirits until you get your first one of these guys. It tells you to strengthen your ashes, which some people may not even have picked up or didn't realize was an item. That may just be me bitching, but it took me quite a while to figure out how to upgrade the ashes, which definitely made my early game a lot more difficult than it needed to be. again, the damage scaling on them is astronomically unbalanced in my personal opinion from what I saw of them. Like going from the Godric Knights, where are you? These two imbeciles. From 1 to 3 was such a noticeable difference that I was flabbergasted. It was like a slap to the face. There was such a difference. It's not like your petty weapon where putting 3 levels on it makes it hit a bit harder. You maybe have to swing one less time. I mean, they added hundreds of damage and had like 1,000 more health from 3 levels. It was nuts. Now that I know that they have 10 levels, though, it's like, okay, it makes a bit more sense, but still, it's... You could have upped the base level teeny bit for new players who don't really get the system yet. At least on these 3, which are the very first one that you get, they definitely needed a little more damage. Or at least a better stagger, I guess. Something to offset the fact that they can get slapped in 2 hits by Mr. Erdtree Knight. 2 or 3 hits. It's some stupidly low number. Overall, though, I think this system is great. Having the option to not summon some NPC, to have the option of summoning whatever you feel you want to help you in that fight, the scope of what you can summon is fantastic. 10 out of 10. I can literally summon a clone of myself or 3 wolves. I can summon suicide pots, which, now that I'm thinking about it, I kind of want to use those in some area and see what they actually do for damage. What's a good area that I can test that in? The versatility is the best thing. Now, it's a little hard to tell what damage they're dealing sometimes. But other than that, 10 out of 10. A little hard, little rocky for the start, but it's also a brand new mechanic, so nobody really understood. Because upgrading summons has never been a thing. It's never been an option. So a lot of people wouldn't have thought at first until they got those items. Oh hey, I can make X deal more damage, have more health. It was just like a game stage or which boss you were at for this NPC's quest line as to how much health they had to offset the DPS of X boss. It was really the only difference. And now you can just outright upgrade them and use whichever one you feel you need. So nice. Oh, that's why it wasn't giving me anything. I didn't have the scarab equipped. I was wondering when I ran through here why I was getting so little. Sorry, this is taking a super long time because I'm getting distracted and derailed because I have such bad ADHD and the attention span of a fly. Another thing, some of these guys are boss enemies. Or like, not necessarily boss enemies, but like mini boss enemies. Like, is it getting to summon the Clean Rot Knights? Or one of the Bloodhound Knights? A black knife, which I should have used against Godfrey because I feel like there was some stupid thing you could do with it. Where it just absolutely destroyed him. Because lore-wise, I'm pretty sure they killed him. That's so cool. I can summon such unique allies. I love it. Each one of them has a story too. I feel like, or at least like these guys do. Like all of them have all of this flavor text. I love it. And even these ones have even more to them. They have some mystery and lore to them, which I think is so cool. Just like the theories you can craft around these guys. Like my personal headcanon is that this is the maiden that was supposed to go to us. She was going to be our maiden, and her not meeting with us is what changed our fate and led to us becoming Elden Lord. Because we met Melina, and she guided us down a different path than the finger maidens of other would-be tarnished. The other maidens for the other tarnished did for them. Melina was the difference that led to us becoming Elden Lord. That is my headcanon. And so, Celavis is the one who killed this specific finger maiden. I mean, it says it right here. That she was killed by him. And she's a healer. You can literally summon a healer. That's nuts. You don't have to play with just a DPS as your ally. There is an option to summon a white mage to help you. Oh, well that's gonna hurt when he throws me off the ledge. Oh wow, it didn't. Okay. Next, I'm probably not even doing a good review on any of this, and I'm sorry if I'm not, and you actually care about my opinion. But I just trying to explain as best I can the things that I do like and the things that I don't about each system. Oh, one more thing I should say about the summons. Casting time, a little fucking slow, bud. Especially on some of the faster bosses, like that last one against Radigan. That was a little bullshit. About there was no time because he got a cutscene. At least Melania gave me the fucking option to where when I skipped it the first time, it was like, yeah, okay, you've seen the cutscene. Let's get you in the next phase. Or let's just outright start the fight. Because the very first time I went in there with her, I didn't have the option to... Motherfucking bitch. There wasn't enough time for me to summon. Because I was too close to her. Which did add a little bit of a cool, like, difference to the fighting. That a lot of the other stuff didn't have. But in some of the fights, it's unfair how close you are to the bosses versus how long it takes to summon. Plus, you can get knocked out of it. I think I've had it once, not on camera, where I got staggered during the summoning, and it took the health from me when I tried to summon my mimic, but it didn't spawn the mimic. So I was just out 600 health for no fucking reason. So that was not fun. But that's the last little thing I have about summoning. The initial damage and what it takes to finally upgrade them, as well as the summoning time. Those are really my only problems with it. Other than that, it's a fantastic system, an excellent addition. Well needed too, because there's way too many enemies in this game. Oh, one thing though, okay, I guess one more thing. The areas in which things can be summoned is not okay, in my opinion. That's the last problem I have with it. is don't put the thing that activates the summoning pool at the start of the area if I can't fucking summon at the start of the goddamn area. Why the fuck do you do that? Why? There is no fucking excuse for that. If you're gonna make an area where I can use this stupid fucking mimic, put the start of the area where it can summon where the fucking statue is. So that way I can actually tell when and where I can summon it. But it's not really that big of a problem in most of the game areas, so it doesn't bother me as much. The only thing I have a problem with is the visuals of it. That like the system itself is fine. I don't care that I can't use it for a lot of the areas. That doesn't bother me. It just bothers me that I can activate the statue in like a cave or something, but I can't use the statue or the summon except at the boss. It's so dumb. Don't put it outside of right next to the boss door if I can't use it except in the boss door, please. It's really irritating. Like, you have the pillars of where the cutoff areas are for it, essentially. So, start point of the summoning area is the little angel statue that tells you can summon nearby. End point, where the spiky thing is. Not that difficult, I feel like. I'm not a game developer, but you don't even need to activate the angel statue to actually use summoning. So I feel like it could have been placed literally fucking anywhere. In a place where it made more sense, and it wouldn't have screwed anything up. Not a game dev, but just... why? Okay, off that tangent. I will go over crafting next. And then after that I'll do smithing. I'm just kind of going in areas of what I started using versus what I didn't. Kind of. Or like just what comes to mind. I'm going to talk about the armor and the talismans last. Before that lovely spectral steed. That's going to be the last topic. That's where the salt really comes from. Don't you worry. There will be cussing. There will be slurs thrown. You're going to hear every last complaint about that stupid horse. Goat. Donkey. Thing. Whatever the fuck you want to call it. I hate it. And you're going to hear about it. Whether you like it or not. So crafting. Some people say it kind of ruins the game. Some people think that it wasn't done very well. I think it was done great, personally. I think they did a fantastic job on it. I only have a few things where I think it could have been better. I feel like some of the crafting recipes should have been area specific. Or not obtainable if you could not get the resources to use it. Like, one of the very first recipes you can get is one of these. Which all require, except for this one, for whatever fucking reason, all require golden roa. Another one that you can get pretty much at the start of the game is cold bone stuff, which requires rhymed crystal buds. You want to know two things you cannot fucking get until midway through and end game? Golden roa and rhymed crystal buds. So why the fuck did I play 90% of the game with these 2 crafting recipes without being able to use them. Now, yes, there was a few areas that gave you some of them, but that did not make up for the fact that I just had to keep staring at these things that were very useful that I couldn't make, even though I had every other resource for it. Oh, this one also requires golden sunflower, but I think you don't get this one specifically until you get to the Erd Tree capital, so I'll give that one a pass on that. And Fulgur Bloom is in basically every area has a patch that you can find, so that's not that big a deal. None of these are difficult to get besides the golden arrow. But just like those 2 things, that's my only real problem, is being able to get recipes that you can't actually craft. That is not a renewable resource that you can farm. That you can only craft after buying a very tiny amount of whatever it requires from a select few merchants for a very high price, or just like a handful of them on the map. That is the literal only problem I have with this crafting menu. Everything else I think the menu looks good. Everything is in sections and areas, like in your inventory. It's sectioned off in a way that makes sense. You have your basic consumables that give you effects or cure effects. Right here, give you resistances, whatever. Then you have your throwables, your usables, like that don't necessarily buff you, but affect your playing or the enemies. More throwables. So this is basically the consumable throwable the throwable section. Then you have your faith using items here. Your faith usage things. Oh, I didn't realize this uses faith, huh? Anyways, you have those. Then you have your different types of grease. Your utility consumables. So, like the soap, the glowstone, and then your things for... or it's grease, torrent, then your utility consumables, then arrows and bolts. It's in a very concise, makes sense. These are your cures, buffs, resistances, recovery stuff, recovery/boost, recovery/boost, throwables of varying types, then your perfume, throwing knives, faith consumables, grease. It's all very well organized. And it doesn't just... It puts the elements next to each other. Like magic bone, fletched and not fletched together. And then your magic bone. It's in a very nice, clear-cut, makes sense order. Which I like. I also love the fact that there's an option to do the ones that don't require feathers. I think that was a good choice to give you a bit more quick crafting. Now, the fact that I can't craft during a fight makes sense. Like, I don't have time to just fucking stand there and grind up some neutralizing boluses while the boss is spewing holy breath at me. I get that. That makes it makes sense. I mean, you can't just pull out your brick and mortar and just start grinding in front of the an enemy swinging a sword at you. No sane individual is going to do that, or anyone with any semblance of intelligence. So other than the few recipes that you can't actually get the items for, well done on the crafting. I thought it would be a bunch of gimmicky bullshit when I first saw crafting in this menu. I totally thought it would be useless. Or just a bunch of gimmicky bullshit, or just a handful of things. It was a lot more diversified than I thought, and I was very thankful for that. Next, we will do the smithing stuff. I like how they changed up the smithing stuff. I personally, once I figured out the system, I like it. I also like that I can buy up to the final tier. I'm not trapped only buying tier 1 or tier 2 Titanite. That has been my biggest pet peeve of every one of the fucking games, has been not being able to buy chunks. It has never been okay. But I think after the final DLC of 3, you were able to. One of the ashes in the Ringed City gave you the option to buy chunks. But that was the very end of the game. Like, literally end of the game. And then, but in this one, it's there. I've had the access to that for quite a while. I just had to get to the area to grab the thing that let me buy it. But the option is there. So that way, before I finish the game, I can grind out a bunch of runes and upgrade all my shit as much as I want with no repercussions. There's not a finite amount of upgrades for the special weapons like the Darkmoon Greatsword. Now, getting them to plus 25 or plus 10, there is a finite amount, which is good. That's how it should be. I should not be able to fully max everything my very first run through. That's bullshit, and everyone knows it. There's a finite amount of those. Now you can there's also a bit of a wiggle room out of how many you can get, depending on which quest lines you do and which NPCs you help or hurt. God, I'm talking so much. Which was good. I love the options it gives me. I love it. I'm honestly going to sit down on my own now that I'm done with this and I don't have to just stream. I'm going to sit in this area. I'm going to grind a shit ton of runes. I'm just going to start upgrading random bullshit and seeing what it does when I basically max it out. Because it'll be fun. Get some levels, or maybe go to Renala, max out some shit, just or like respec, just for fun. Cause I have how many of these things sitting in my inventory doing nothing? I have 12. Yeah, I have 12 of these doing fuck and all. I also never figured out what this was for. Hold on. Let's figure this out. Amber Starlight. Where to find? Don't care. Use. Oh, okay, so it's used for Sylva's quest, which I didn't get to do. Interesting. That's one of the few quests I didn't actually really get started because I didn't understand how to do it, and I kind of fucked myself. So I couldn't do it. because I didn't understand how absolution worked. So yeah. Let's see what's next on our agenda. Oh, as far as upgrading the flask go, again, I already said it, but I feel like there wasn't enough upgrades to it. At least if I wasn't using the Mimic. There definitely would not be. Since I was using the Mimic, there was. But I also think there's way too fucking many of these stupid golden seeds if I can't use them. Like, I get it was because certain areas of the game aren't accessible if you don't do X questline or whatever. But, like, why the fuck do I have 12 sitting in my inventory now that I beat the game that I can't use for anything? Like, 5 or 6. Yeah, okay, whatever. But I have 2 upgrades just sitting in my inventory that I can't use. And there's only the X amount of the stupid the sacred tears too. There's just enough of those. FYI. Just enough. Which I think is stupid that there's only just enough of those, but a fuck ton of excess golden seeds. I think that was a stupid decision, but whatever. So, let's see. What? Oh, you know what? I'll talk about this. The runes. I feel like wasn't implemented as much as they figured it would be. Because, no offense, but this serves no purpose other than giving you the option to respec stats. That's literally all it does. And you get it for free for beating the NPC to allow you to do respecking, to allow you to respec your stats. If you walk in there, you have to fight her. And she's your only option for respecking. So there was no point in making a rune about that. This rune could have been... let's see. It could have been greatly increases your FP. Or restore FP on killing enemies. This one could have been such a different and more useful rune. Like an actually equipable one that did something. Godric's rune is bullshit, overpowered, broken. There's no excuse for using any other rune kind of thing. Like, none of these are useful comparatively. This gives you 5 extra points in every stat on your tree. No matter what, you are going to get more out of this rune than any of the other ones. And it's the first one you can get. I feel like this should have been, like, Radahn's rune. Or Morgoth's rune, even. Because you can get it right at the start of the game. And it gives you so much. It's so overpowered compared to the other ones that there's no reason to use the other ones. So that, in my opinion, missed opportunity. You basically made one good rune and then just kind of fucked off for the rest. Wondrous Flask, amazing. I love it. You can use it as a meme or an actual build. There's whole ones dedicated for specific bosses, which I think is cool. There's ones that are for specific builds, or just like giving you overall negation of stuff. Or, excuse me, like survivability, or an extra like flask or whatever. HOT. It's so versatile and useful. I love it. So yeah, that was that. And now we will go to armor. One thing I want to say outright, armor was 10 times better in this one than it was in all the other games. As far as diversity goes. One, you had like 10 times the options of armor in this one versus the other ones. And so many more of them give you a bonus in some stat or in some way than in any of the other games, which means that you can do a far more versatile build, a min-max build to give you maximum DPS, maximum buff in one specific stat or resistance. However, one thing that I did not like about the armor in this one is, once again, you can't upgrade. I really miss being able to upgrade it, so that way I can use, say I wanted to use the very first armor I used in the game, but I want to use it the whole game, just for the look or aesthetic. Like the samurai armor. Like, I understand there is an upgraded version of it, but it also looks completely different. If I can even find it. Let me actually, like this looks not at all like that. Like, it's similar, but also completely different at the same time. But say I wanted this one specifically. Now you could technically, like, there's people who play the game naked without taking a single point of damage. I know for a fact that you can play the whole game using just this armor. I'm not disputing that fact. But those people are also high on fucking Adderall 90% of the time they're playing this game, and have reflexes that would make a supercomputer cry at how fast they are. It's absurd. But for normal people who aren't on Adderall, you can't use this armor for the whole game. You just can't. This one is not like 3, where aesthetic is all the armor is for 90% of it. Because in 3, you basically you got the trench coat armor and that's all anyone wore. Or you got the goofiest looking armor you could. And that's all that mattered, was the aesthetics, because it didn't do anything else for you. In 1, once you upgraded your armor, you were basically a god incarnate and untouchable, because nothing could hurt or stagger you. If you wore half of the giant armor, you just walked up to enemies and threw them with taking minimal damage and not staggering at all. You just walked through everything. You menacingly slow walked through every enemy in the game. It was ridiculous. I know, I don't want it to go back to that at all. I do not want that. What I would like is for light and medium armor to be given the option to have comparable stats as far as resistance goes to heavy armor and super heavy armor. So I consider these are your basic heavy armor. This is your super heavy. Because look at that stat difference. That's a 10 difference. This is like your light heavy armor. This is your medium armor. Light medium. Your heavy light. Light. Super light. And then your clothing of varying weights. That's how I personally define armor types. Like if it's not 12 or above, it's heavy or it's medium armor. But you can't just wear whatever in this one. If you get hit, you can't just wear whatever. You either have to be wearing something that complements your build, like giving you a bonus in some stat, or gives you some sort of status effect upon hit, like where is it? The Royal Remains. You slowly replenish HP when it's reduced. So if you take a hit, it gives you back X amount of health over time. So if you're wearing all 4 pieces, you're getting back a decent amount of health on hit. And you pair that, so that would be one of the few use cases for this. Those paired is good. That would be a PvP pairing. And I will admit that's a viable thing for why that rune specifically would work. However, other than that, there's no real reason to wear any of the light or light medium armor, or God forbid the clothing, unless you're suicidal. You want to make the game as difficult as possible, or you're wearing it for stealth, which is an option when it's not really an option in this one. Because the second you hit any enemy, it instantly knows where you are. Not after a couple of hits. One hit, and stealth is out the window. Now, to me, my stealth is different from most people's. When I think of stealth, I think of 007 silently taking out enemies in specific rooms or areas once they learn their patterns to keep other ones from seeing them. Stealth to me is not walking past all the enemies. That's just not how I play games. One, because you need the levels in this one. If it's a game where I'm not getting like levels or money or something from killing enemies, then yes, I'll walk past all of them, no problem. That doesn't bother me at all. But when you are actively rewarding killing for enemies, I think you should give us a little more leeway for stealth. Since you're giving us a whole system based around it, armor based around it, don't make it to where one attack is all it takes and then every enemy within a 50-mile radius knows exactly where you are. There's no point then. The aggro system is so inconsistent. On one hand, I can be slamming greatswords down on the ground 2 feet from one enemy, and his aggro range is literally point blank in front of him, grinding my dick against his leg, literally dry humping him before he finally realizes, oh hey, there's a person there who's literally been rubbing up against me this whole time. Let me slowly pull out my sword. And then there's other enemies that will see you from 13 miles away and pelt you with a spell with infinite fucking range non-stop, while I'm crouched and not even attacking him. It's wildly inconsistent. But my biggest problem is you give us the option of the heavy and super heavy armor, and you brought back poise to where it's sort of a thing. It's definitely more important than it was in 3, where it didn't matter at all. But it's still nowhere near actually useful. Because unless you're wearing that super heavy bull goat armor, you don't have any poise, son. If you get hit, you ain't hitting back until you reset. There's no 2 cents about that. That's just how it is. You either have max poise or you'll have none. Which I will admit is still more of an option than in Dark Souls 3. It didn't matter how much poise you had, they were still going to slap you, and you were still going to stagger, even if you had Havel's armor on, which was an option, by the way, and it did nothing. Now, you could take a hit, I'll give you that. If they hit you, it wasn't going to hurt that much, but you certainly weren't swinging through their attack. I don't want it to be in like it was in 1. 1 is its own breed. You were literally fighting actual gods incarnate. Living gods. That were able to affect the sun, the moon, and the stars above. With their sheer will, they could change the position of these celestial bodies and keep them functioning properly. So the fact that I could take one of the Stone Guardian's swords to my dome and still keep swinging through it made sense. With obviously the right armor and it upgraded enough. The poise made sense in that one because I'm fighting fucking gods. So I had to become a god to slay the gods. That is what DS1 was. It was the story of a mortal becoming, or standing up to the gods and fighting them on equal terms. This game is not that. I don't want it to be that. It shouldn't be that, because there's only one actual god in this game. All the others are demis, or less. But I should still be able to take a straight sword from a normal soldier, no matter what soldier that is. I do not care. And be able to swing through them if I'm wielding a great sword, while wearing heavy armor. With a poise stat of 71, when you're... Hold on. When maximum poise without any talismans is, I believe, 100. Don't quote me on that quite yet. 84 is 100. 79 should mean that 79% of the weapons cannot stagger me. Or a good 50% at least. Something sizable. But it doesn't. It doesn't mean anything. Anything bigger than a knife will stagger me. And even those will stagger you sometimes. I don't think it should be based on the damage dealt, because obviously enemies in later areas of the game are going to hit you harder. But they're using the same weapon. So the weapon's just upgraded more. So poise should reflect the weapon itself and how much stamina that weapon would take, not the amount of damage you're taking. Because I shouldn't have to wear the heaviest armor with the highest poise in the entire game in order to just take a straight sword to the face and actually be able to swing through it. I think that's a little ridiculous. But I don't want to take like a colossal sword to the face and just act like it didn't even touch me. That's not what I want. I just want to be able to take like a straight sword or a normal spear, like the basic type of weapons, and the first hit or the second hit not stagger. Now if they get a third hit in while I'm still using up my stamina, then that should stagger me 100%. If I'm still swinging and they get another hit in or a third hit in, it should stagger me or to stop my attack. Because the enemies with the same armor are taking great swords and colossal swords to the face and just swinging through them. I could wield their armor and literally everything in its grandmother would be able to stagger me, which I don't think is quite fair. Yeah, they have a bigger health bar than me, but that shouldn't matter. The armor is what matters. Because no matter what, if you're naked, you're going to be staggered by everything. That's just how it is. That's how it should be. But it should be tit for tat, in my opinion. If I'm wearing that enemy's armor, I should have the same resistance to getting staggered as that enemy. Including the weapons that they're wielding. If they're wielding a greatsword, I should get the same resistance while in the middle of my swing as they do. Because I can hit them with a greatsword mid-swing, and it will not stagger them if they're already like a third or half the way through the swing. But for me, doesn't matter. I'll still get staggered and stop. Now the damage might still proc, but the swing will not follow through, which is my problem. Another big problem I have is the ornament system, or the altered armor. I feel like it shouldn't take away their stats. Now, I get that some of them are taking off pieces of protective gear. Those ones where it's actually visually taking off a piece of armor from it. Like, say, if I had... let's get a good example. Okay. Say I'm wearing this armor, and altering it takes off that little castle symbol on it, that plate right there. That should lower my defense stat. But not getting rid of the fucking cape on my back that's irrelevant to my damage negation. That should not be how it works. Taking off the cape on a piece of armor should not lower my stats by 2 whole points in every field. Or more than 2. I'm sorry, but this cape is not what's blocking damage at all, because it's not getting hit by anything. And a piece of cloth, flimsy, flowing cloth, is not going to stop or protect me from a sword in any way, shape, or form, any more than a piece of handkerchief is. It won't do anything. It's not providing any resistance to damage. Maybe a 0.01 resistance, but nothing more. I still have the same amount of plating on my back as I did before. There's just not a piece of cloth there. That's my view on the armor. If you don't like it, you don't like it. If you do, you do. That's just how I view it. Talismans. I really don't have an issue with them. Except for this. This right here. And these 2 right here I have an issue with. Solely because if you're taking fall damage, it's either going to kill you or it's not. There's no 2 ways about it in this game. The falls are too different in most of the areas where you would be falling a distance that could give you fall damage. In 90% of the dungeons, if it's going to give you that fall damage, it's either you're taking a varying amount of health that's not going to kill you, or it's just outright going to be a death fall. There's no amount of health bar that's going to fix that. So this ring, in my opinion, is useless. And this is what I'm talking about with the whole stealth thing. it doesn't matter if you have this equipped. You still only get the singular hit before enemies immediately lock on and know exactly where you are. Even if you move, they will still go right to where you are. Even if you're outside of their range to where you're invisible to them, they will still fully track you. It's a useless item. It would only be somewhat useful in PvP. And that's it. Now, if this is meant to be used in PvP and not in PvE, then I'm the asshole, and I'm sorry. I'll stop complaining about it. But that's my sense on that. And now we get to my last thing. As far as like inventory or summonable stuff like that. That stupid piece of shit fucking steed can suck the shit out of my ass, fuck off, die in a hole, and burn in hell. I fucking hate it. I hate it with a burning passion. It has killed me so many times for no reason. It has the same issue as the player character. If a fall is enough to kill you, it's enough to kill you. You can't Billy Goat things properly because Torrent moves forward no matter what if you jump at all. He will inch forward like that much. That much is enough to kill you. In 90% of the areas where Billy Goating makes sense or looks viable. His pickup speed from 0 to whatever is too fast for parkouring. It's like 0 to 100 in 0.5. It's so finicky. His turning radius is shit. Half the time, he runs forward and then turns around, which just yeets you off the edge of a cliff. Even if you barely press the button, if you're not moving at all, and do the thing where he's supposed to just go like this, he'll run forward and run you off the edge. If you summon him while sprinting, he will continue to go forward for an undetermined amount of time because half the time it's not a consistent amount. Or because it's never a consistent amount. And if you're anywhere near a cliff, you will be going off that cliff. I also have input issues with him to where it will not let me off of him a lot of the time. When I'm spamming the button, it just will not register. I cannot get off of him. When I need to, at least. Now, as far as travel goes, he is a necessary evil. For this game, there's too much area to explore for you to have just played it without him. Like, you can, yes, but just playing the game without him is stupid. Also, I will be right back. For whatever reason, I need to go to the bathroom again. I think it's because I've been drinking so much during the stream. I will be right back. Sorry. Okay, sorry about that. Excuse me. I know that I... Oh. I didn't even know you were here. Oh, I could have used you so much during my grinding. Oh, that would have expedited the process so much. Anyways, moving on. I know that I have issues with torrent that are in fact due to lag. From me having not so great internet. Not because the internet I have is bad, but because the area I live in just is bad in general for internet. Like, I have, like, the best package I can have for my provider. That's not, like, a business package. Like a company one. But the connection to the internet itself is what's bad. Because of the area. Like, there's basically no cell service here. Kind of bad. Because I couldn't use torrent doing the same thing that 90% of players are able to use it for. Like, the areas where people were using torrent to jump over, like, dragon breath attacks, I physically could not do that because it would register torrent lower to the ground than he actually was on screen, and I would get hit by the attack anyways. He would instantly get taken away from me. I'd be staggered on the ground and just die. Because, as per my biggest complaint about torrent has been, if you fall off that son of a bitch, you're dead. 99% of the time. Because you will get hit, and whatever hits you is going to hurt. And you're not going to be able to... Once they hit you, you have a 50-50 chance of getting out of it if that hit didn't kill you itself. If you survived whatever hit came after you actually... Your character physically lands on the ground and is on there to where it gives you the hit stagger. If you survive that, you have a 50-50 chance of your character resetting fast enough for you to get up and move before you die. That is not a joke. That is not an exaggeration. That is a fact. Because half the time I died, and half the time I did not. If Torrent had any way to increase his poise or his ability to not get knocked away from you as often or as easily, I would not have such a problem with him. I would have used him in so many more fights. I would have opted to use him during Radan's fight. Which apparently that's what you're supposed to do in that fight. It's supposed to be a horseback fight. Which I can't remember. I think I used him for like a hot second just to get away from Radan. But didn't actually like use him kind of thing. Because it's just a death sentence when he gets knocked away from you. That's all it is. It's a death sentence. There's no getting around that cold, hard fact that you're just accepting death if you're trying to do a boss fight while on Torrent. The fact that he can get he can be hit by one thing and it can deal not even 1/10 of his health, and he will still get taken away from you and knock you onto the ground, is the most absurd load of shit that this game presents. It's so RNG and bullshit when that does and does not happen that it's just completely unfair to you, the player. How did you... Oh, that's just a load of shit. Alright. So like this is what I was talking about with the aggro. Look at this. I literally had to rub against him for him to aggro. And I'm dual wielding great swords, and it took him dying for that swing to stop. And he's wearing Haligtree armor. Not even Haligtree Knight. Look at the difference in stats. That's absurd. Did he just get back up here? Okay, no, I don't think he can get back here. It's absurd and inconsistent. I hate it. If he had hit me with that strike, I literally would have flown backwards. That's how bullshit it is. Anyways, with Torrent. I don't mind when he actually dies that it takes away a, that you have to use a flask to heal him. I don't mind that at all. I think that's exactly how it should be. You're reviving him. That doesn't bother me at all. I've never had a problem with that. Now, having to confirm that that's what I want to do can suck, because that confirm screen makes it to where you can't press buttons without canceling out of it. But the fact that he can just get whisked away magically after a singular hit of it dealing like maybe 100 damage to him sometimes, just because it's a colossal weapon, is a load of shit. Also, his health, I think, got nerfed again, because I'm pretty sure a second ago he had 2,000 health when he should have 4,000 health. So that's just fucking fantastic, by the way. Let me get hit by something. Yeah, I don't want to get hit by you. Maybe one of your little peons. Now that I killed the knights. You, smack me. His health has literally been reduced again. Why, though? I don't understand. Come on, hit him. He has 2,000 health now. He had 4,000 like a week ago. What the fuck? That's a one-tap from a boss, by the way. That enemy just did a quarter of his health, basically. A basic enemy just did a quarter of his health. And I'm supposed to fight Radan with this little piece of shit? There's no fucking way that's possible anymore. Now that they've continuously reduced his poise and his health bar. Unless it's like some game stage thing. Which I wouldn't be surprised if his health gets lower the farther you are in the game. Just to piss you off more. He needs a buff. I'm not asking for his damage negation to get upped, but his health bar needs to be bigger and his poise needs to be higher. if you make an Elden Ring 2, that needs to happen because he is so unusable in actual fights. In any fight where it deals a decent amount of damage to me, the player, it basically gets rid of him instantly, which is a death sentence because then I'm stuck on the ground, unable to move or get up in any way, shape, or form without the enemy getting a, 2 or 3 hits into me. And you cannot get off him fast enough. Because you can try and get off of him, but if they hit him, it will still count as a stagger knockdown. It's happened to me before. Also, why the fuck can't I see here anymore? Ugh, I hate that. Torrent is just something that I despise using if I have to fight anything. I love just riding around on Torrent. It's fun. It is. But if I actually go to fight anything, I instantly get off of it. I will never actually want to use him during a fight. With anything that's not just a basic enemy. He doesn't have the health or the poise, and he takes way too much stamina to do his dash. Which is absolutely necessary if you want to dodge any attack at all. At least for me with my lag. Now, let me talk for one of the last things. What time is it? It's 10:30. Jesus Christ. It does not feel like I'm talking for as long as I am. Area design and accessibility. And by accessibility, I mean what it takes to be in that area without getting one-tapped by the basic enemies. I think that Liurnia and Caelid's leveling should be flipped. I think it should be starting area, because you're supposed to go down here to Castle Morn first. Apparently that's like the intended initial start, is you're supposed to go down here, because these enemies are way lower level than even in Godric's castle. They're way easier to kill. For the most part. I mean, the what are they called? The malnourished something? No, Alvinaric. Sorry, one second, I'm just trying to... Oh, it's one of the cleavers, that's what I should be. Misbegotten, that's what they are. I literally just remembered it before I got to... I don't even think those are... Yeah, no, it's these. Yeah, misbegotten. Right. Maltreated misbegotten, that's what they are. The misbegotten are a little difficult, but you can still do them early game. So you're supposed to go down here first, then come back up and finish out this area. That's why some of the enemies are like way higher level than you think they should be. It's because you weren't supposed to go there first, technically. Godric's supposed to be the second boss you fight. But I personally believe that Caelid is way over leveled for it being the second area you can technically access easily. Or where most people would go to first if you're just like, if you come down here first, then obviously you're going to follow this line and come up into here. Like, I feel like that would just be natural progression. Now, obviously, if you go to Godric first, you're going to come to Laernia second, and then you'll circle back to Caelid. Obviously. But I feel like most people hit the teleporter here at the third church, ended up in Caelid, and were kind of fucked. Just throwing that out there. Or the trap chest that's over here in the Dragonburnt Ruins that sticks you in a very difficult crystal tunnel. Really fucked us on that one, didn't you, Miyazaki? You bastard. I mean, good prank, bro, but, like, fuck you, guy. I just feel like Caelid was a little over-leveled, considering it was easier to get to than Laernia if you didn't know that you could literally just go around the entire fucking castle, which most people, I feel like, didn't know. So that right there is my first thing. Other than that, I feel like the areas themselves are pretty accurate level-wise. Besides between the first three areas, I feel like the levels are a little weird. Everywhere else, I think, is pretty properly leveled for what you're fighting as the boss of that area. Like the actual like main dungeon boss, I should say. For comparatively to the main dungeon boss of the area, yes, Radahn is the highest level, but I feel like Caelid shouldn't even have been accessible at the start of the game. I feel like that should have had some kind of close off until you kill Godric. Kind of like how you can't kill Nito, Seath, and all of them without killing Ornstein and Smog first. Smog, whatever. Now, let's go with boss design. Oh yeah, there's also this underground, which pretty properly leveled, I feel like. It does get progressively harder. It's not like you're getting to this area first, unless you really hate your life. And you did Varys quest right out the gate. Which I don't think a lot of people would have done. He's very shady. The bosses are so fucking cool in this one. All the boss designs are a 10. Now, I don't like how some of them got recycled. I don't like that. Some of them have pretty finicky hitboxes. Don't like that. Like, where certain attacks are visually the exact same, but have a bigger hitbox for no reason, even though the animation and the attack itself is the exact same. It just, for whatever reason, can't be blocked the same, or has a bigger just hitbox in general. Like, one thing that I would definitely say had that are the Star Beasts. The like, centipede-faced, the pincher-faced, like, scorpion bull things. Their charge attack has two different versions, even though they look the exact same. One of them has a wider hitbox that even if you dodge it the exact same as the other one, it will still hit you regardless. So you have to just guess which one it is and dodge differently, which I think is a little stupid. Some of the bosses are disproportionately easy to kill, while other ones are pull out my hair, smash my face on my desk, throw my computer out the window difficult your first few times doing it. Looking at you, Melania. But then again, I also had way easier time fighting a lot of enemies that other people I've talked to have had fighting ones that are super easy for me. Like Morgat, I killed him my first actual try. I literally went in there purposely to die just so I could see how he fought. And then the second I went, the next time I went in there, I walked up and slapped him. He was dead. My first actual attempt to kill him. Even after he went into second phase, which I didn't see the first time. And Renala, she didn't even touch me but once. She got one cast off on me, and the rest of the time fighting her, I bullied her. She did not touch me. Her children, those little baby things, hurt me more than she did. That says a lot, because I have heard she's one of the toughest fights for a lot of people. Besides, obviously, Melania is just an outlier, period. So I'm not including her when I say stuff like that. She's hard for everyone until you actually fight her 100+ times and figure out how the fuck to fight her. But I beat her super easily. Some people fight the bell-bearing knights like it's not even a challenge, whereas I struggled the entire time I was fighting them, and I had to cheese the two higher level ones, the Altus Plateau and the Kaled one. I had to cheese both of them. The other two I fought legitimately and killed, like with just my melee weapons. But I beat Placidusax. Placidusax? I don't... Placidusax. If I had not been as stupid as I was the first fight, I would have first tried him. Easily. I should have pulled out a bow when my ally had his aggro, instead of trying to just 4 frost step him the whole time. That was a waste of magic, which I could have used to put down the Night Maiden's Mist and the Frost Mist more, and I would have easily first tried him without much difficulty. But the second try, I beat him no problem, and I still had Estus, or the flask left to spare. What's his name? This dude. Rykard. He wasn't really that difficult. I sort of figured out how to fight him first try. I just didn't have the proper stuff equipped, and I didn't give my Mimic the proper stuff to really fight him. And I proved I could fight him. I just spent too much time learning him and how to dodge and fight him, how to deal damage properly, like where my attack range was, and I wasted too many flasks on it. But I could have killed him without using his the weapon that gives you bonus damage against him. I could have easily done that. I just chose not to for the sake of death total and time. And I'm pretty sure I added a few deaths to my counter just to offset that. Because I know for a fact I have put deaths on the counter that I didn't actually die for, just because a few bosses I have just said fuck it and killed them with either gimmicky weapons or in a cheesy way. Now, enemies like Astel, wow, I'm surprised I actually remembered its name properly. Astel, Mog, the Elden Beast, the visuals were stunning. Melania, all the big bosses looked fantastic. They were exactly what I wanted out of a boss in a game this big. Like, there was a story to tell just from looking at their designs. There was a story there. Like, let's take Astel for instance. Like, it had the pincers of the Starfallen Beast, a scorpion's tail made of celestial bodies, wings of an insect. There was so much going on, but it all felt like it went together in such a weird and like Lovecraftian way that I absolutely loved it. It was so visually stunning. The what are they called? The ancestral deers or whatever. Stunning. They were so majestic. I was actually scared whenever I fought the Godskin enemies because they were genuinely challenging. At least the fat ones were. The skinny ones were kind of punk bitches, but like when I saw those two together, I was like, "Oh shit, I'm gonna die so many times to this." But I did it first try. I stayed calm after the initial, "Oh shit, this is gonna absolutely kill me. I'm gonna add like 20 plus deaths for just this boss." Moog, when I saw his intro, I was like, "Oh, he gon' murder me." He was scary. His intro gave me shivers. Same with Melania. Those two bosses added some deaths to my counter. I got really pissy about fighting them, but now that I know how to fight them, and now that I know that there are literally things solely built to counter them, it's not going to be as much of a challenge. I'm going to have a much easier time. It's not going to add as many deaths to a counter, which I'm obviously not going to do for playthrough 2. I don't want to know that number. And honestly, for my very first run through of 2-hour or 214-hour game for me, including 2 out, I would say about 190 something hours, not including grinding. That's a lot of game time. And for that amount of time, that many deaths, for my very first playthrough without looking up boss weaknesses or resistances or any of that, I'm just fighting them and trial and error beating them, that's not that many. All things considered. This is a very different game from the other ones. There's a lot more going on that you have to pay attention to. There's a lot more in the environment that you need to look at, understand, figure out. There's so many more different types of enemies than just your recycled garbage ads. The enemies hit harder. You have less health, I feel like, until like way later in the game. Your damage just isn't what you think it is until you proc elements. It's a good game. It really is. Like, I have experience, and I still got 528 deaths. I've played the living fuck out of Dark Souls 1 and 3. So both ends of the spectrum of stupid. And I still have this many deaths. Because some of the bosses just kicked my ass. Some of the areas just kicked my ass. But for as much as I've raged, for as much as I've whined, bitched, and moaned, at the end of the day, the game is amazing. It's exactly what we wanted. We got so much of what the franchise needed, what we've wanted for so long, so many features that we all got hints at or little schmeckles of, but not the whole kit and caboodle. Like the dual wielding system, or power stance, whatever you want to call it. We got a hint of that in Dark Souls 2. But this game takes it to a whole new level. Dark Souls 3 didn't even have power stance, it just had dual weapons. Which was not the same as this at all. This is a whole different breed. This game changes this franchise forever. There is such a higher standard now that they have to live up to. And I cannot wait to see them absolutely blow it out of the water with a sequel to this. Or with their next installment in one of the other games' stories. Like Sekiro or Bloodborne. Now, what I don't want to see is another case of what happened to Bloodborne. Where such a good game got relegated to being stuck on a specific console and unable to be played in any other scenario or platform. I haven't looked it up. I don't know anything about the whole circumstances regarding that. This is just me as a consumer, as somebody who loves From Software games. I feel like that wasn't the right call. Like, I know it was a launch title for PS4, but I don't think having a Sony exclusive deal with that game, or its franchise, like its name, was the right choice because of how successful it was. You could have done so much better on it. We could have gotten a 60 FPS version, a remaster. So much could have happened with Bloodborne that just didn't, solely because that game can only be a PlayStation game, which is a damn shame. It really is. I mean, people love the game so much, they demaked it onto the PS1 engine. That's how much love that game has. You don't see that with Dark Souls 1 or Dark Souls 3, or at least I haven't heard of that. That's how much of a cult following it had. And I can't even play the game because my internet's so shitty and my console is so, my PS4 is, it chunks on some games, and Bloodborne is one of them. Once I got about halfway through the game, I just really couldn't play it because it was so slow. The frame rate and all of that, one, it kind of hurts my eyes, the 30 FPS with so much going on the screen, so many particle effects and all that. And two, the game does and it doesn't look great nowadays, you know? Like, it's aged well, but it's just, now that I've played the ones that are at 60 FPS, it's so hard to go back to that 30 FPS with that slow-ass camera but it requires such fast gameplay. It's plus it's let's all be honest. Bloodborne is so fucking buggy. Like there are certain enemies that will just glitch into walls. Like it's bad. The summons are shit. Like there's problems with it, but it's a great game. Just like this one. There's problems, but I fucking love it. I mean, every one of the From Software games, whether you be a fan of DS3, 2, 1, Demon Souls, or DSR, either of them, or Bloodborne, Sekiro, or this one, all of them have their issues. I don't give a shit what you say. Every single one of them has issues of some varying degree. Whether it's some broken mechanic that can be abused to all living hell and just absolutely play the game for you, or some issue with coding to where certain enemies will bug out or certain scenarios will bug out in the game to where you can't progress until you literally uninstall and reinstall the fucking game. They all have issues. But every one of them is a winner. Except you, Dark Souls 2. No one fucking loves you. Except for your story, which is fantastic. Your gameplay is shit. Let's all be honest here. It's shit. I can't play TS2. I watched the game enough, like, cut-throughs of the game and all of that. I know the basic premise of the story and all that, but the gameplay is so bad. I hate it. It feels so jumpy and uncoordinated compared to DS1 or 3. Like the rolling and the attacking and all that just feels so unnatural and gross. The weapons break so fast. The fact that the enemies aren't infinitely respawning is also a problem I have. Like, yeah, it's cool that I can increase their level and all that to get more souls out of them, but that doesn't make up for it. Anyways, it's enough ripping on DS2, like always. I love this game. I want another one. I really want another one. But I'm not going to get another one for a long, long time. I can't wait for the DLC. I really hope... Okay, here's what I want from the DLC. One, I want this to be a used area in the game. You get to it from the capital, or from over here in Limgrave. Maybe over here in Liurnia. Somewhere along the coastline, you get there. The other thing I want is for the Colosseums to actually be used. Especially the one with the giant pot outside of it. The giant jar. There is no excuse for that not to be a used area when you have such an eye-catching NPC as the giant jar. There is no way y'all just put that mofo there without some sort of reason. Yeah, he gives you the giant jar talisman or whatever. Fucking this thing. The Great Jars Arsenal. Yeah, okay. But, like, there's no way that's it. I mean, come on, man. You can't just put something that big, that eye-catching and visible from so far away and just have it give you a one-off item. And that's all it does. You can't. So, that's the first thing. I want the Colosseums to be used. and then this to be like some final battle kind of thing. I want the Colosseums to be like a tournament where you go around the different Colosseums in the different areas. So the one in Limgrave, the one here in Caelid. You got one over here in Liurnia, I think, somewhere. I'm pretty sure there is one. I just don't remember where it is off the top of my head. But there's one over here in the capital. I want it to be like a tournament where you go through the different levels of difficulty in each of the Colosseums, and eventually you reach the championship, the title, which is held in some vast arena of champions past, held in honor of the goddess and the great rune. Here in the center, forged straight out of a mountain or some sort of formation here in between the lands between. That's the first thing I want. Secondly, I would like these to be an actual playable thing. These ships. I would like them to be used in some way instead of just some map flavor. Like this right here, I feel like this should be an area. Like an actual area. Now, like my friend was saying earlier, all these clouds feel like they're going to be part of an area. They seem a little too conspicuous for them to not be. You know? I mean, there's whole sections in the map where it's just got clouds, and that just seems a wee bit too conspicuous. Like they're there as just a cover-up of what's actually on the map, which are more areas, more continents, or you know what I mean. And then I want an actual PvP DLC. One that's purely based around matchmaking. Now, I won't be able to play it, obviously, because I have such shit internet unless I move. But I think that should be a thing. Because the Dark Souls PvP community is a lot larger than you think, but still pretty small. But they are diehard members of that community. They will live and die by the sword in Dark Souls. Elden Ring, Bloodborne, Sekiro, whatever game. And I feel like that should be honored more than a few bosses in the game, or in some of the games that were PvP bosses. Because no one wants a fucking game boss to be PvP based. Because you're going to get some sweaty nerd who lives in his mom's basement and is 35, 400 pounds of Cheeto dust, or of Mountain Dew and fucking Dorito dust looking ass, who fucking codes his own macros so that way he can get frame perfect hits and dodges. Who's just gonna absolutely ruin your experience. And he's gonna get your IP address and just keep being the person you get. So I want something based for the PvP community. Not for me personally, but for others. And maybe I want to play PvP, but it not be some area specific or me seeking them out on my own. Like a matchmaking system, but actually skill based and not Call of Duty skill based. Because let's be honest, Call of Duty skill based matchmaking is not skill based matchmaking at all. It's the closest to your skill range matchmaking, which means that you, as a average or above average player, are going to get a 6 stack of sweaty nerds that are all using the one-hit wonder weapons or the fastest damaging ones that'll kill you in 3 bullets with aimbot or some bullshit. So many rants, so little time. What else would I want? If there was a third DLC, which I doubt there will be, but if there was, I would like a cinematic DLC. Something that's more like a movie experience than a game, where it tells the story of one of the characters. Kind of like what they did for Artorias, where you saw the fall of Artorias to the abyss. I want something like that again. Because that was so fucking cool. It really was. I mean, because Artorias was such a famous character, and he will always be a famous character. Because he was talked about by every other character in the game. So much was referencing him and what he did to protect fucking, oh my god, Lordran or Londo, whatever, you know what I mean. So I want something like that, or maybe seeing like how X character got started, or how they became who they are, something like that. Maybe we go back to the war with the giants and see how Godfrey became the legend he is, or how he died. Something like that. That would be cool. And that's all I have. That is everything I have for this one. I've said my pieces. I stated what I would want. Were there to be big changes to the game, things I look forward to in the DLC, my thoughts on all the systems, the franchise in general. So, this is where I bid adieu to this playthrough. Now, obviously, there's a few things I'm going to do on my own before I start New Game Plus. But I don't think I'm going to stream that. I think I'm just going to play the game on my own from now on whenever I feel like it. Because I ain't doing another 20-something episodes of this bullshit and keeping some fucking death counter. Unless I do, like, I play the game a bunch and get a lot better, then I try and do, like, a shield playthrough. Because that's what I want. People have already done the torch run through, no walk, and all that. I want to do, like, a shield only run, where I can only damage enemies with shields. Except if it's, like, a flying only enemy. I'll let myself use, like, a gravity spell or something like that, or gravity weapon art. Just pull them in. Alright, well, I will see you all next time with whatever I start streaming next. Until then, see ya.